Thank you, Mr. Massengale. Good afternoon to everyone here. It is 12:45 on this 22nd day of August, and we are here to convene in City Council chambers for work session regarding presentation and discussion on communications and marketing and a proposed City of Lubbock logo and branding program. So, Lacey, you have this distinct privilege of kicking us off today. I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I'm sorry, but I've got to say, you working with Tom.
Well, I was about to say, I love that tangerine, baby. I love it. Thank you.
Thank you.
What about
I
my,
appreciate
what about
that.
my tie?
The rest of y'all look nice too.
Mr. Massengale has a new tie on.
It's very nice. It's very, very
You're
summery.
working that tie, Mr. Massengale. Lacey.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. We're here for something fun that the Communications and Marketing Department has been working on. A new look for the organization that will take us into the future. A bold, strong brand that is 100% the City of Lubbock's. So a brand is more than a logo, like we know. It is about our culture, our local pride, and besides our staff, it's often the first thing people see about the organization. So the city's brand should represent these principles on your screen because this is what the organization is built on. And our brand idea is what the organization should represent. The City of Lubbock is a service-focused organization staffed by unique and talented individuals who care about the community of social, economic, educational, and cultural groundbreakers whom they serve. So here is where we are today, and we've had an iteration of this since 2008. This isn't it. This isn't the new one. This is to cleanse our palate, going from old to new, but it's exciting too. Okay, here's the new City of Lubbock logo. This will be our primary logo, the one that will be on new water towers and what publications and media outlets will use. This is the main one. Okay. Here is a secondary departmental logo and the new color palette. These will be used with departmental names on vehicles and email signatures. With the secondary logo, any of the colors shown can be used, and the city's brand guidelines will spell all this out specifically. With this process, we went through extensive color theory to come up with bold colors that also represent the principles we want the brand to encompass. So here's our primary logo in a lockup with the Chamber's community logo. This can be used for collaborations with community partners. And here's how it will look in the wild on vehicles, apparel, different marketing swag, water towers, new ones, or elevated storage tanks, and business cards. Council, Lauren is going to hand you out some personalized examples so you can see how it will look closer.
Lacey, Ms. Joy is going to ask a question.
Okay.
The logo's going to be that large on the pickup truck?
No, they can be scalable. We just want to make sure you can be able to see them. Yeah. It's bold. Don't know if it'll be that bold.
Yeah, I'm going to say.
Yeah. Just to make sure you can see it in the presentation. Okay, and that is our presentation. I want to recognize my team. This logo was created by our previous graphic designer, Alicia Rodriguez, in collaboration with Lauren Adams and myself. And along with our new graphic designer, Anna Brooks, who is here today, this was 100% created in-house. The intellectual property is ours, and we already have preliminary trademarking permission, so it is truly just the City of Lubbock's. So I'm here, happy to answer questions if you have any.
Any questions of Lacey? Mr. Atkinson, I'll turn it over to you for a minute.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Hope y'all enjoyed that. And again, special thanks to Lacey and to her team. They put all that together. Ms. Witcher served to counterbalance my lack of understanding of colors and, things like that. Collectively, they all did good. Council, what I would suggest to you is this. We don't have it up for action today. We wanted to get this in front of you and have, an opportunity to look at it. Would like to consider putting it on your agenda for September the 12th to possibly move to adopt it. And you would have an original city logo that is already protected, but also allowing you time, if you have questions, comments, suggestions, to get with Lacey and her team. They're the pros at this, not me. A question that will inevitably come up when you look at doing a new logo or changing a logo. Oh my goodness, what did this cost? What will it cost you to use it? And I think all of those are good and fair questions. So the total cost to date is just what we have spent with the outside counsel to do the trademark registration. Number one, to prove that's ours. It's not going to have something come at us after the fact. And number two, now that we've showed it publicly, to protect it so that it doesn't run away from us as we move forward. We're looking right now at approximately $4,000 that's been spent, and that's it on this deal. Assuming the council ultimately will adopt this, how do we put it into play? How do we use it? And what are those costs? And I would suggest to you that for the vast majority of items, using the new logo is the same exact cost as an old logo. We will have logos and markings on our pickups and our cars and all of these things. New ones get the new one. As the decals on the old ones begin to wear out, we'll, of course, replace them. You did see the example of the water tower, and I really liked that. But your water towers today have already been painted, the ones you have. So we still have one more to come. It would get the new logo. We are not going to go up and take the logos off of the ones that we have. Those will stay until it's time to do the tank repainting, and we'll convert it over then. Business cards, stationery, letterhead, those are all produced in-house in our print shop, and you just quit producing with your old logo and you start producing with your new one. So I would leave you with that. Take any questions. If not, encourage you to get with Lacey and her team, and ideally you'll see this back on the 12th of September.
All right, we'll start with Ms. Joy. I think there's a few questions.
Yes, when we started down this road, the airport was working on a logo because we just remodeled it and it looks really nice. And then everybody found out that we weren't the only people looking for a logo. The chamber didn't know you were looking for a logo. So are we going to do anything different for the airport? And I'm not saying change this basic, but are we going to do anything different on the signs at the airport, things like that?
I don't know the answer to that. This logo can be adapted to each and every business unit of the city. Would add to the airport civic center. Remember, we've gone through an exercise there, and we ultimately kind of stepped back as the chamber went through the community brand. So we'll have to tie all those back together, and I'll just have to get you more information.
Mr. McBrayer.
Yes. What was you mentioned 2008. Are you saying that's when we adopted the logo we've got now? Was that 2008? And what was the genesis of the discussion to change it? I mean, what prompted y'all to say, okay, we need to change from this one to a new one?
It's not actually ours. I mean, it was, the chamber started their talks about doing the community branding, and I'd actually been wanting to change it since I got here to start that conversation 5 years ago, and it's just been a quiet rumbling, and so we just decided it's an exciting time in Lubbock with the growth and everything. It's just a nice way to move forward.
Okay, well, it was a general dissatisfaction with the old one.
No. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Ms. Patterson-Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have Ms. Lacey, I have several things, some comments and some questions. On the presentation, there was one of the pages that had the logo in multiple colors.
Mm-hmm.
and I can't remember what you stated there. Yeah. Was these just options or ways
Yes.
to do things? What?
Yes, so this is our secondary logo, the departmental logos, and departments can use any of these new colors however they choose, and it would be okay.
Okay.
But the main logo will stay in the colors of navy and red.
Okay. Red, blue, and white. Okay, cool. What I want to say is that, Mr. McBrail, thank you for asking, because I was like, well, how long have we had the other one? And I guess I come to notice, being connected with the city, I know what to look for. And I'm not sure if our citizens really know what to look for when they see that logo on our vehicles and what have you, because it's really not real noticeable. Those colors are not right, especially on a white vehicle. I don't know what it is, but because I'm familiar with it, I automatically know, oh, that's a city vehicle. But I think this would really give it more of a pop, if you will, and a flair, and make it noticeable to our citizens. Because, Frank, I'm kind of with you. I have never really been a fan of the other, but nobody asked me. So, and my other thing, I guess, Mr. Jarrett, would be to you. I'm not sure how much we have printed or with the old logo. Will staff continue to use that, or be encouraged to continue to use that and hurry up and use it and begin to print after that? We're not looking at, taking a big barrel around and have everybody dump the old logo.
We are not. Behind
Okay.
this is a whole process that Lacey and her team have developed that has timelines for using up your business cards, your letterhead, all of that.
You know how long that is? Would that be about 8 months and some change?
What we have been looking at is at the very end of 2024, a little past that, the end of 2024 being the grace period of
ma'am.
getting everything changed over.
All righty. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson-Harris. I think there was some specificity to that 8 months and some change. I would just like to say thank you to Lacey and her team. I've been asking weekly. I am not a fan of the fan, and I think the branding is important to our city. I think it's important to any organization. I think that this is a sharp, clean look that puts us on a map and literally puts us on the map with our logo. And so thank you all for your hard work. This is and I know there may be some tweaks and changes you may have along the way, but thank you for putting this together for us. And I certainly appreciate it. All right. Anything else? Any other questions of Mr. Atkinson? If you do have questions, you're welcome to get with Lacey and the staff and make suggestions or recommendations. And we may be hearing from others as well. So with that, we will next move to agenda item 1.2.
Thank you, Mayor. We can go quickly on this. This, of course, is your budget language. Have two items just to bring to your attention today. One, a follow-up, one, a bit of a change. The follow-up, at our prior council meeting, staff was instructed to go back and see if we could come up with the quarter point that would allow your public safety and non-public safety raises to all be 4% flat. Thanks to Blue and his team, we've done that. I will tell you where the dollars came from. $80,000 will be taken out of an account that is euphemistically called non-departmental special projects. That's basically where we fund Lubbock 101. Those dollars had been upped a number of years ago, thinking we might try to do it 2 times a year. We're not. And also we're able now, we know what it's really going to cost us versus kind of guessing the first few years that we did it. Still leaves money for the 101 program that we'll start kicking that off in January and move through. The second is $37,000 from a credit card charges line item in building safety. I don't think we discussed it directly when we were presenting the budget, but council had instructed staff way back to find a way to start trying to recover some of those credit card charges. That'll actually start in January with our new merchant service agreement. So we're able to reduce that expense basically there, and thus it ends up with the 4% across the board. Most important, this has no impact and no change on your sales tax, your property tax, your reserve funds. So it comes out of those 2 operating accounts. Questions on that one, and I'll jump to the second. Okay.
Ms. Joy?
I'm sorry. 25,000.
Yeah, it's just a hair under 120. That's where it's going to come out.
Okay, all right, thanks.
All right, you may proceed, please.
Thank you. The next one, and there's kind of two steps to this, so stay with me here. Council's aware that Fire Station 20, of course, is the next fire station, and that station was recently bid. Not a surprise based on everything else that we've talked about. That station came in higher than it was estimated to come in at. Chief Fogerson and his team was able to get the bid pulled down, but we're still quite a bit over the budget. So here is our suggestion to completely fund that, and it actually returns a small amount to your next year's budget. You have in the proposed budget a capital project for the next 2 fire trucks and to the amount of $4 million. Those were tax note funded. What we now suggest we do is cancel those 2 fire trucks for next year. Per the fire department, this is not going to cause us an issue. These were kind of get-ahead trucks, so it will not cause us an issue with having trucks in the fleet too long, and it will not lead us to what I would call a double-up year that we're going to have to cover in the future. So pull those 2 out. You've got $4 million in expense budgeted through that tax note. Put $3 million back into the capital project to get Fire Station 20 completed, which will include what I would call lock, stock, and barrel of getting that going. What it will actually do on the capital side of the next year's budget is reduce it by $1 million, but it will fully fund Station 20 and all the stuff that goes with it. The only exception to that is going to be our self-activated stoplight that'll go on the street, and that will actually go into the traffic engineering budget for the following year. It's a 400-day construction cycle. The second phase of that, just based on we need things to get done and get done as quick as we can, Council, we'd like to come to you in September and basically do a budget amendment backwards into that current capital project so we can go ahead and get that bid awarded and get it started. So take any questions on that.
Jarrett, that is, those modifications and changes for the 80,000, 37,000, and then you said 4 million total?
There's a $4 million expense in next year's budget.
Right.
Funded through tax notes. We're going to take $3 million of that and amend it into the current project to award Station 20. So it's a net reduction of $1 million.
And that puts us even as what your proposed budget is today at the 0.48002.
Yes, it will not impact that.
Yeah, I think you said
We'll
that on the first one
examine
wouldn't
it, but
impact.
I don't expect it.
Okay,
If it did anything, it would move it slightly downward.
okay. Ms. Joy?
So, Mr. Atkinson, that bid is $1 million more than we anticipated. Is that what you're saying?
A little over 2.
$2 million. So where's the other $1 million? You're going,
Oh, why the $3 million amendment instead of the $2 million amendment?
Yes.
Good question, and I hope I brought that printout with me. We have a number of other smaller costs that go with that are not inside the construction budget. So we have to have a couple of specialized consultants. Your new public buildings have to be certified as a storm shelter. You have some of your audiovisual equipment, your security equipment, things like that go in it, and then a bunch of the furnishings, fixtures, and that kind of stuff.
That's the phrase lock, stock, and barrel.
That is the
So
phrase
when you-
lock, stock, and
when
barrel.
When you're talking all in, that's the additional $1 million.
Yes, sir. And it leaves a bit of a contingency, which we don't have any contingency to speak of left in the bid part of the project.
Any other questions on agenda item 1.2? All right, yeah, I'd be interested to see those numbers if it does go up slightly, or as you said, possibly down slightly.
Yes, it will not
come back.
take the rates up in any fashion, but we'll check to see if it'll go down.
All right, Dr. Wilson?
Yeah, Jarrett, just really quickly, since we're going to cancel the 2 fire trucks, will those be re-put back into next year's budget, or when do we think that, so we don't get off cycle too much for equipment and apparatus?
They will come back in on the 25 budget. So we're working towards the 24 today, and we'll pick it up this time next year.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for those presentations. At this time, it is 1:05. City Council will hold an executive session for the purpose of consulting with city staff regarding the following: pending or contemplated litigation or settlement agreement, and to hold consultation with attorney under Section 551.071 of the Texas Government Code, the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property under Section 551.072 of the Texas Government Code, and personnel matters under Section 551.074 of the Texas Government Code. We will be in recess and executive session, and we anticipate beginning promptly at 2 p.m. We are in recess. Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Mr. Massengill, Ms. Patterson-Harris. It is 2:02, and this is the 22nd day of August of 2023, and we are glad to be here this afternoon for our regular city council. We started at 12:45 with the exec session, with the work session, and then we just finished up an executive session. So now we will begin our regular agenda. And today we are honored and privileged to have Reverend Paul Carpenter with the First Christian Church here today. Reverend Carpenter, if you will step forward. If everyone would please remove your caps and stand. And once Reverend Carpenter is done with this prayer, we will immediately move to the pledges led by Ms. Patterson-Harris. And so if you'll remain standing after that. Reverend?
Gracious and Holy Father, we bow before you today, and we thank you that you are still on your throne and that you love to rule in processes that seem like they're random. You cloak your sovereign power and your will forward through dialogue, through voting, through time. And today, Lord, we thank you for the important work that's going to be done here today. We ask a blessing over everyone here, that everyone knows how loved they are by you, that your Spirit would bless and touch each of our minds and hearts, that we would show each other respect, and that ultimately the decisions that are made glorify you and are in line with your will for our great city. We trust you, and we thank you, Lord, that we get to be part of this great community. We pray this in the name of Jesus, your Son. Amen.
Amen. If you will remain standing and join us as we offer the pledge to the United States flag and the Texas flag. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible.
Thank you. You may be seated.
All right, first we have our agenda item 4. Agenda item 4 is citizen comments. This is a time for anyone to discuss or has a discussion or make a comment on an agenda item. They are allowed to come forward and have 3 minutes to make said agenda item. I would like to point out that if someone is intending to come forward and speak on an agenda item that is not related to the agenda item, I will immediately cut you off and ask you to come forward at some other time. Particularly when it comes to agenda items 6.26 and 6.27, if you do intend to speak about public transit, then it needs to be about public transit and not any other topic. When you step forward, please state your name and your address, the agenda item you wish to speak about, and you will have 2.5 minutes before Mr. Jimmy over here rings a bell, and that will give you your 30 seconds. First, we have Diane Taylor.
My name is Diane Taylor, and I'm one of the RNs at Lubbock Adult Day Center. And I do want to talk about public transit. However, it is just concerning the city access portion of that, just so you know. So first and foremost, I do want you to realize it took a lot. We brought some of our clients here, and it took a lot for these people to show up at this meeting. When you're disabled or you take care of a person that is with special needs and you choose to advocate for them, the threat of retaliation is always a consideration. And I mention this to bring it out in the open because I've let them know the city of Lubbock would never do such a thing. And I expect the same for my business. At Lubbock Adult Day Center, we have a variety of patients that
Ms.
you
Taylor,
assist us
I
with.
think I'm aware of the discussion, and again, I'm going to ask you to keep this on point for items 626 and 627 and not deviate from those agenda items.
Not what?
Not to deviate from those agenda items that you wish to discuss.
I don't feel I am deviating from those agenda items. The problem that we have with them is we are relying on them for our clients. We're trying to advocate for people that can't speak for themselves. We are trying to advocate that they get picked up on time, they get taken home on time. They're not transported on buses that are over 100 degrees inside the bus. Many of you would suffer if it was 100 degrees. I won't go into the problems that could be exacerbated by high temperatures, but many diagnoses could be. So I do believe, Mr. Payne, that I am speaking to the transportation issue because as I read it, you're considering turning over the entire management to the team. It's in Fort Worth, but I believe it's based in another country. I can't remember right now. But I know when it's a management team, then they're responsible for the management of, and I do feel I am speaking to that. Do you agree with me?
So let me clarify. Is my understanding that we have a few people here that were not wanting to speak on 626 and 627, but circumvent that to speak on another topic? I do not believe that you are doing that, and I will let you proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. So I just would like you to know a little history. I've dealt with City Bus for 23 years, and until 3 years ago, the service could not be beat. I do understand the city has grown, and I know there's growing pains. However, I also do believe that when you're at the helm of the business, that it's your job to manage the issues in a timely and effective way. City Bus has not demonstrated this. I nor my staff work for City Bus. Somehow we've become your customer service department. We are approximately 20% of your city access rides daily. 20%. So we're fielding a lot of calls for City Bus because they call us to complain because they're afraid to call city access because they don't get a response or they have been hung up on. So we're now your customer service department. So we're fielding many calls for you. We take calls on a daily basis. They range from complaints that the air conditioners do not work on the bus, and sometimes we have to assist with our patients. We have people that are Down syndrome, post-residual effects from stroke. We have people that are paralyzed, blind, and deaf. We run the gamut of diagnoses. I don't just take care of people that can take care of themselves. They need us, we need you. So having said that, the calls range from the air conditioners not working. People are brought home. Last night, it was like 3 hours late before someone got home. Our people are on high potent medications. They need to be dealt with on a timely basis. We have people that all three people come to the center. They all three live at the same house. They don't get picked up at the same time. Hours in between. So these issues don't affect my bottom line. My business keeps rocking and rolling like it has, except of course for the overtime that you cost me. So how they affect me is that my patients are not being cared for. I'm an RN. I own Lubbock Adult Day Center. When someone comes in with bruises, bangs, and cuts, I call APS. When they are not getting the services that they're entitled to through their Medicaid benefits, I call Texas Health and Human Services Department. So now I'm trying to talk to to you. We've talked to Chris. We've talked to Katrina. I attempted to call Bill Howerton. I'm not sure if he's here. I attempted to call him, never got a call back. And David has spoken with Jarrett Atkinson. So now I'm talking to you, because if I were at the state, I run it right up the chain until I get help for my people that can't stand up for themselves. So that's what I'd like you to know. Take a ride. I challenge each of you. Take a ride on City Bus at 2 to 2:30 in the afternoon and get on one of the ones that starts with number 16, because they're the old ones and the ACs don't work.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. David Taylor?
I'm David Taylor. I'm at 3306 83rd Street. I'm a registered nurse at Lubbock Adult Day Center as well. I think Diane pretty much touched on everything, but I just want to bring the quality of care that we get for our clients from City Access. Yesterday, I had 48 rides going home in the afternoon. In the handbook that used to be online that I can no longer access, 22 of them were past their 30-minute window of being late, so that's 45% over 30 minutes late. At that point, they say you shouldn't have to pay for the ride. I continue to pay for the rides because I don't want anything bad to become for the clients. That being said, like Diane said, we've reached out to them. We can never get a call back from anyone. Mr. Atkinson was going to look into things for me. I haven't heard back from him, but I don't know. I want communication is all I want from the city and from City Bus mainly. But I think that's pretty much all I wanted to touch on. But, I have signed statements from individuals that take care of people saying they brought their 77-year-old client home on a bus in 107-degree weather, and the bus driver told them, my AC doesn't work, they're dripping sweat. Then when we asked the drivers, does your AC work on your bus? They said, we were told not to answer any questions from LADC anymore. So I just want to bring this to the attention. I don't know who to reach out to. We're looking for guidance. We're looking for help for the clients that can't speak for themselves. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Eddie Kirkpatrick?
Hi, guys. Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, thank y'all for listening to us. Thank you Mayor, for trying to be fair to listen to the problems. I have no dog in this race except I live with the lady that just talked to you, and she's the love of my life. And I hate to see, I've seen the problems that they've dealt with. My name's Eddie Kirkpatrick, by the way, 540788. I forgot.
Thank you.
I've seen, I'm sorry?
Thank you.
Yes, sir. I've seen the problems they've dealt with. When Diane and I first started dating, she praised City Bus. And I'm not sure what's happened with City Bus. Their mission statement, and I don't know if this is the transit or the City Bus, deliver safe, quality, efficient, environmentally sustainable transportation choices that link people, jobs, and community. City Bus provides the following services that is essential to economic vitality: City of Lubbock fixed route transportation, City Access paratransit transportation, on-demand microtransit transportation, Texas Tech subsystem, special services for charters and sporting events, and I'll go on. And it sounds like there's places that City Bus is making money other than this. I never thought about the folks that can't speak for themselves until I met Diane. And you guys are the ones that can take care of that. We're not asking for, she's not asking for more money. They want y'all to hold City Bus accountable. If you're not familiar with the 1964 Civil Rights Act, Title VI, let me read it to you. Discrimination on the basis of race, color, or national origin in any program or activity that receives federal funds or other federal financial assistance. Programs that receive federal funds cannot distinguish among individuals on the basis of race, color, or national origin. And I would submit to you, let's add special needs. in the types, quality, quantity, and timelessness of program services, aids, or benefits that provide or for the manner in which they provide them. This prohibition applies to intentional discrimination as well as to procedures, criteria, or methods of administration that appear neutral but have a discriminatory effect on individuals because of their race, color, national origin, or special needs. Thank y'all for listening for us.
Thank you, Mr. Kirkpatrick. Michelle Edwards.
Good evening. I mainly just want to elaborate on what the ones before me have said. I'm one of the foster parents that have 3 individuals. They're all IDD. They're all seizure prone. And like Diane said, we have been to City Bus and we have talked to the ones ahead of everything. And we've asked for them to consider changing my schedule back like it was. They're picking up 3 people from the same house, going to the same place, but it's like one gets picked up for 1 hour and the other 2 may get picked up within about 2 hours. We have to work, we have appointments, and a lot of times I've had to call and cancel the appointments because I can't make an appointment for myself or for my individuals if the bus is not picking them up. So all I've been asking for my situation is that City Bus put it back on the schedule that we had that's worked for the past 10 or 12 years. And like I said, I just wanted to reiterate what everybody else has said. Thank you.
Cindy Davis.
My name is Cindy Davis, and I've been a provider in the IDD field for almost 50 years. For the last 20 years, I have served 2 individuals in my home. One is in a wheelchair and has autism, cerebral palsy, can't talk or speak for himself. The other gentleman is 69 years old. He can't see or hear, but he's ambulatory, but he just can't communicate. He communicates in his own way, but that's... But I wouldn't be able to have had one gentleman for 20 years if I hadn't had the wonderful people at City Access, and they have been really a great blessing to me until recently. And they're wanting to send 2 buses. They come to pick them up. The way I found out that they were changing this, I went out to take them when the bus showed up, said I can only take Vinny. And I said, well, what about Brandon? He said, oh, another bus is coming for him. And I was like, why? And they said they had been told that it was going to save money. I don't see how 2 buses, more people, when you're already short on both of those resources would save money. But I called City Access, and I was told, yes, that was a decision that had been made from the top, and that he had asked for us to have time, and we'd see how it saved money. Well, the buses are, like you've heard, not all of them are in great shape. I even had one morning I looked out, the trolley came to pick up my 2 people because there were no other buses to take them to the center. The real pretty trolley. Anyway, but anyway, I don't understand what kind of decisions are being made, and it is something to me that seems like it would cost more money and not saving money. And I really need the City Access service. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Taylor. I think there's like 3 Taylors. Ms. Taylor.
I'm Diane Taylor.
Yes, Ms. Taylor.
Yes.
I'm Trey Payne.
Yes.
I had some information that some people, no, you're okay. I had some information that people may be speaking against your group home and that they were going to try to discuss these two topics as a way to circumvent and make a citizen comment. A group home that's in town, I won't speak it. The point is, my apologies, because I had information that was incorrect.
Oh, that's fine.
And I did not mean to come across short. Usually there's 6 people in here that I would be apologizing in front of.
Yeah, it's fine. No problem.
But I do apologize. I wanted you to have your time. I respect your time and everyone that spoke. I did have, so it's all my fault if that came across short. So thank you for being here today.
I do want to make sure everybody knows how absolutely wonderful the city bus drivers are. They're top notch, every one of them.
Well, thank you again for your time. I appreciate it very much. All right, so now, after that fun tidbit there, we will move to 5, which is the July 25th of 2023 regular city council meeting. Is there a motion to approve those minutes? Thank you, Ms. Martinez Garcia, seconded by Ms. Joy. All in favor of approval of 5.1, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. Motion carries 5.1. If you would, please silence your cell phones. We have a large group here today. Ensure that cell phones are silenced and turned off. All right, we next move to the consent agenda. We have several items to be pulled. And beginning, let's first of all, council, let's start with 6.5. 6.5 is a finance resolution. We did find that there was a typographical error that needs to be fixed and then reposted. So I would ask with consent of council that we remove that from today and post that back to September 12th of 2023. Any objections? All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Joy. All right, we will move that to date certain 9/12 of 2023. Next, we will move to 6.17, and I will turn that one over to you, Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Item 617 is a continuation of our efforts to implement the 2022 street bond. Specifically, this is a this is a contract to do concrete work in the Manhattan Heights neighborhood area. Comes in, this is where we work on the curbs, the gutters, the valley gutters, some to be repaired, some to be added, some to be replaced. The contract in front of you is $2.29 million. It is within the proposed budget of this. This is step 2 of the rebuild for this neighborhood. So step 1, city crews have been in over the summer working on utilities where they need to come across, fixing some of those aged pipes, things like that. Step 2 is what you see here with the concrete repair. Step 3 will be to come back and actually resurface the streets. So we'll take any questions you have on that.
Ms. Patterson-Harris.
I don't necessarily have any questions or anything like that. I just wanted to make sure that we had that set it apart so citizens who are in that neighborhood will know that as voted by the citizens of this city, that we are holding true and have begun the process of doing the street work and the surrounding, the curbs and all of that good stuff to go along with it. So just wanted to draw attention to that actual item. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson-Harris. All right, now moving to agenda item 6.20 and 6.21 as well. Mr. Atkinson, we're going to turn that over to Mr. Howerton.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, I'd like to turn 6.20 over to Ms. Catherine Wells, and we'll ask Ms. Karen Murphy to do 6.21.
All right, Catherine, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Council. 6.20 is, it's a grant for, with Public Health Services, looking at, I had 2 different things pulled. At a Substance Use Innovative Healing Centered Project grant. This is a 3-year demonstration project with the University of Texas in Austin. It will allow the health department to offer a new program program called Strengthening Families. The Strengthening Families program is an evidence-based curriculum that brings families in for 8 weeks, weekly sessions to work with children that are at risk of substance use disorder and their parents to help hopefully move those children into recovery and then improve parenting techniques to work with those at-risk individuals. We're very excited to be offering this. Our new location and the way that new building is set up will allow us to have the public spaces to offer this program without having to pay any rental costs.
Thank you, Catherine. Any questions of Catherine? Ms. Joy?
One question. We need to start telling people where the new building is. What's the address?
I don't know that it's 50th and U at the old Savers. It's over there. I'm very excited about it. My staff can't wait until we move.
And expected move-in?
They're saying February of 2024, and we'll be able to expand. Some of our clinical services have a lot more space for meetings, educational events, and staff will actually have proper workspaces now.
And room for this program?
And room for this program.
Ms. Patterson-Harris?
February 24. I'm sorry.
You're okay. I just wanted to basically say thanks for this program. A few years ago, when the banishment of managed care happened, there was no place really to connect, specifically young people, juveniles, who had particular issues. So using a huge building, I know where that building is. I know exactly where it is, but I don't know the address. But I'm excited with all the things that can happen for young people, for families. And I think that that's the direction we're helping, try to provide kind of a holistic type situation for everyone. So I just wanted to say thank you for all of the things that are planned to go into this great new location, and I appreciate the work that you all do. Thank
Well, I appreciate your all support of letting us apply for these grants and look at these new opportunities, because without that, we wouldn't be able to even consider doing this.
Thank you, Catherine.
so much.
Thank you.
And for purposes of the record, that's 2015 50th Street. All right. Karen, you're up. Council, this is agenda item 6.21.
Good afternoon. This is a YWCA grant that we're extending. We're actually adding more funding to this. This is the last of our CARES Act funding that's allowable for the emergency assistance program. This started in October 1st of 2021. So over the 3-year period, this is finishing it out, and September 30th is the final day of this. Over this almost 3-year period, we've assisted over 34 through the voucher program. YWCA has worked with over 34 licensed daycare agencies that could apply for these vouchers. 540 households have been assisted, and of those 540, 720 children. And we'll probably assist with this 300,000 that we're giving additional this time. That'll probably will go way over because it goes very fast. Childcare is still very high, and the fees that they've added on to is still there. They've not reduced those fees for cleaning services and supplies. It's good. It's a good, safe practice for daycares, and they're gonna continue with that.
Ms. Patterson-Harris?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say, wow, some more money in the bucket and to be able to help, some families, young people, yet again, to get the care that they need. So is there a particular process? Are we still on the same type process? Or is that strictly up to YWCA?
They're still doing the voucher program.
Yeah,
We're not,
okay.
That's the program that was set up 2 years ago or 3 years ago now, almost. And so this is just the finish out of that funding.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure folks knew, and all those moms and dads who have some young people that they're concerned about them receiving some care because they can't afford it or what have you. So, and the timing of it with school going back.
Yes,
you know,
ma'am.
so
That's why we saw that this was a
Yeah.
need, because YWCA said they're still having people ask.
I appreciate you so much. Thanks for the help and what you do.
Ms. Martinez Garcia.
And I ditto what Ms. Patterson said, but also what people don't realize, it's not just low income, this is every income. And so this is such a necessary program, and thank you for making sure to be advocating for them. Because our families, you know, we've discussed how we lack in the workforce. This is going to help to bring people back into the workforce.
Yes, ma'am. That's
So
why the
thank you.
program was developed.
Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
appreciate what you do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Atkinson, 6.33.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Item 6.33 is an exciting opportunity here. As I begin, I'd like to make two introductions to council. First is your very own council member, Latrell Joy. She represents the city council in this project, and I'll cover where here in just a moment. We also have Miss Beth Lawson and members of her team with us, of course, representing StarCare. Council, this is a project you've likely heard of referred to as the Diversion Center. It is a joint city-county funded facility that does not exist today. So it is a new facility offering great services to our community. Why we are here is when these contracts were originally issued, this is ARPA funded in the amount of $3.5 million from each of the two entities. When the project was originally funded, we had probably an unrealistically aggressive date by which this would open, and that date was September of 2023, so next month. So we come to you today to fix that, but also to acknowledge quite a bit of progress that has been made towards this. First, the original scope of work said you will create a steering committee, and you will populate it as defined. Your amendment says you've done this. You have now created and populated the steering committee again. Councilmember Joy represents the city of Lubbock on that. Early, we said that the timeline was going to be September. You now have, as part of your attachments in the backup, and Mayor, if you wanted to switch inputs, I could even put it on the screen. We now have a timeline that the parties have agreed to, that the steering committee has approved. And that timeline looks like this. Save you time. It is projected to open by April of 2025. Further work that's been done describes a now agreed upon site plan. You see that on your screen. The red box, that is the Hope Center, that is East 19th running east and west to the north. Once you cross that parking lot and keep moving to the west, that's where our ball fields are. So if that kind of helps you frame where that is. Steering committee, working with StarCare, has also come up with a conceptual floor plan. This is a plus or minus 10,000 square foot facilities. One of the things that's important to note is what will be done in this facility has not changed. All the parties are still in line with what this is to do for our community. And in a short way to say that is this takes people that are in a behavioral or a mental health crisis and gives an opportunity to have a place to take them that is most appropriate for them to get the help they need. More appropriate than the options we have today, which are very limited. Generally, that means going to an emergency room or going to a jail, neither of which is the best way to help these individuals. This facility is the best way to help those individuals. Some of those boxes may move over time, but again, you have your steering committee and your delegate to that are overseeing all that. Plus or minus 10,000 square feet, available to law enforcement, available to EMS, and available to the public. If somebody has a family member that is in crisis, they will then have a place to go much better than the options we have today. Mayor and council, this does not produce any change to the dollar. The city's funding is still at the 3.5 million, and reminder that is out of the ARPA dollars. So with that, Mayor, I'll stop, take any questions, or turn it over to the others.
Thank you, Mr. Atkinson. Does anyone have any questions or further comments? All right. We had some questions and comments on 6.26 and 6.27. Would council, I believe my understanding is, Mr. Atkinson, that contract is not due until October 1st. Would anybody be opposed to us putting that off to date certain of September 12th for us to gather some more information on some of those issues?
Motion to reset to September 12th, 2023.
Thank you, Ms. Joy.
On both 626 and 627.
Thank you, Ms. Joy. Thank you. I have a second from Ms. Martinez Garcia. All in favor of approving the extension of 626 and 627 to date certain of September 12th of 2023, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, Mr. Atkinson, that carries 7-0. We will gather more information and bring that back up on the 12th. Okay, so at this time, council, we will be moving agenda item 6.1 through 6.33 exclusive of 6.5, 6.26, and 6.27. Is there a motion to approve? Thank you, Ms. Joy. Thank you, Mr. Massengale. All in favor of approval of 6.1 through 6.33 exclusive of 6.5, 6.26, and 6.27, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. All right, that concludes our consent agenda. We will now move to the regular agenda. Council, we have in front of you board appointments under 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, and 7.4. There's no objection. I would ask that we pull those 4 items into one vote. 7.1 would be the appointment of Jay House as chair and Steve Verrett as vice chair of the Lubbock Water Advisory Commission. 7.2 would be to appoint Benny Guerrero as chair of the Veterans Advisory Committee. 7.3 would appoint Crystal Jans Riken and James Jordan to the Valencia Public Improvement District Advisory Board. And 7.4 would be to appoint Jonathan Blackwell, David Kraus, Eddie Tates, and Christopher Berger to the North Point Public Improvement District Advisory Board. Is there a motion to approve? Thank you, Ms. Martinez Garcia, and a second by Mr. McBrayer. All in favor of approval of 7.1 through 7.3, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, and 7.4 carries 7-0. All right, we will now have agenda items 7.5 through 7.12 inclusive. These are public hearings regarding finance. Mr. Atkinson, if you don't mind giving us a brief rundown of any changes. I don't believe there are any changes of 7.5 through 7.12 from year over year.
Certainly, Mayor, glad to do that. Mayor and Council, I'm sure you recall, this is an item that you see generally every August. City Council is required to hold a public hearing, ultimately to approve the assessments, the classifications for each individual public improvement district that you have inside these items. The Mayor mentioned discuss the change if there is any. Please note, all of these PID assessments come to you recommended from their respective boards, where appropriate, at the same assessment rate as the prior year. So then there is no change to that assessment rate. And with that, either myself or Mrs. Brown would take any questions you may have.
All right, we'll have time for further discussion at some point in the future, Council. But at this time, we will hold a public hearing to consider an ordinance to levy the 2023 assessment for the Bell Farms PID, the North Overton PID, the North Point Public Improvement District, the Northwest Passage PID, the Quincy Park PID, the Upland Crossing PID, the Valencia PID, and the Willow Bend Vias Public Improvement District. So we will now have a public hearing for agenda items 7.5 through 7.12 concerning these assessments. And some of you may pay attention as we will be doing other public hearings here shortly. But I will first call out anyone here wishing to speak in opposition. If you are here to speak in opposition, you may step forward. Please state your name, please state your address, and then you may state your position in opposition. Once we're done with the opposition, we will move to those in favor, and then we will close the public hearing. So now, agenda items 7.5 through 7.12, I'm opening the public hearing to anyone wishing to speak in opposition to these proposed assessments.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, thank you for your service. Just to be clear, we are talking about Upland Crossing PID 7.10.
We are.
So my opposition is that there's not a credible budget to base the taxes on. And I don't want to take a lot of your time, but I've simply opposed the budget as proposed. And sometimes the actual homeowners who are paying the bill don't get a chance to really review what is being spent. And if I could just bring to your attention a couple line items on the budget. According to the budget proposed, approximately $100,000 for fencing. Sounds reasonable. There is no fencing. The park has no fencing. On the budget, proposed budget, there's approximately just under $100,000 for the entry signs. Sounds reasonable. There are no signs. I couldn't quite believe the numbers. I said, what, am I missing something? I drove to the park, there are no signs. And yet there's nearly $100,000. And my wife and I live just a block or two from the park in the Upland Crossing PUD. This is a wonderful area. The design of the park is a total success. Young families walk their infant children and infants down to the park, to the playground. People walk their dogs. The little park is large enough to stretch your legs, but it's not too large where people get lost. All the homeowners, all the neighbors that we've talked to, they love that park. They want to pay to maintain that park. But my opposition simply is we got to have a credible budget to do the job, a credible budget to maintain. So I ask that the City Council not approve the budget until there's a credible explanation of what exactly the money is going to. And from the numbers on the proposed budget, I couldn't follow it whatsoever. So I just want to alert you to that. And we love that park. It's a big success. It's a beautiful area. It's a big success. But I am concerned about what was proposed in the budget. Thank you.
Sir, would you mind please giving me your name and address one more time?
Excuse me. Ed McDonald, 2718 Viola Avenue, Lubbock, 79407.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else here wishing to speak in opposition of 7.5 through 7.12? All right, seeing no others, anyone here wishing to speak in favor of 7.5 through 7.12, you may approach.
Hello, Mayor and Councilor. In case y'all don't remember me, my name's Wes Everett. I currently work for Beaton Bow Homes. I am here representing several of these PIDs today, including Upland Crossing. And if you have a second, sir, I'd like to talk to you after this meeting. So our PIDs, when they are developed, we really come in and we really try to make a very nice neighborhood and an area, and I love to hear what he said about the park. But that PID, when it's to encompass and to help things in the entire community. So there's fences in those areas. There's different parts of that park where that PID is also funded to take care of, not just the large area. And I'm here for any other questions or comments that y'all have.
All right, anyone else wishing to speak in favor of 7.5 through 7.12? All right, the public hearing is now closed as to 7.5 through 7.12. Is there a motion to approve 7.5 through 7.12? Is that Dr. Wilson? Dr. Wilson, thank you, Mr. Massengill, for the second. All right, is there any other questions? Brianna, I do think looking at this line item, Mr. Massengill has, and maybe Wes can help answer this as well. That fencing, that's a project through 2028, is that correct?
Yes, sir. So I'm not looking at the service and assessment plan right now, but from what I recall, I do think that $100,000 that was referenced is a total, not an annual expense. And the purpose of that funding is to maintain the fence. And we do typically overestimate our expenses on our service and assessment plans and underestimate our revenues just to be sure that the PID is consistently operating in the black year over year. We have not taken over the entry sign that is on Upland or the fencing that is on one of the back sides of the district. So that's an estimate of what the cost will be to maintain those areas based on what we've done in some other public improvement districts. But we will write those numbers once we actually take ownership of those items and have an idea of what it will cost to maintain them.
Ms. Patterson-Harris?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I don't know if this is to Mr. West, whose name we know, who we're familiar with Beaton Bow Homes. But I know we don't have anything to do as to when the PID meets and all of that good stuff. I would just like to make sure that citizens, like the gentleman here today, know everything that's going on. I'm not sure when they meet or anything like that. But when I hear folks saying, hey, they're doing this and I've not been a part of, I don't know how to be a part of whatever. I just want to make sure that we make sure that that information is available to them and they have an opportunity to convey.
Yes, ma'am. So we do have an annual property owner meeting every summer. Property owners will receive at least one notice of that meeting time and date. We've tried to do those as close to the actual districts as we can. We're usually in an elementary school cafeteria that's in the neighborhood. But all of our meetings with each of our advisory boards are public meetings. And so any property owner or any citizen is welcome to join us. Each of the public improvement districts does have their own webpage on the City of Lubbock's business development website, and our meeting dates are posted there as well. So we would welcome any property owners in any of our districts to join. We meet about 4 times a year, typically.
Good. Just want to, glad that you put that out there so that folks will know and they can't say that they didn't hear it.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson-Harris. Ms. Joy?
This question is for Mr. McDonald. Where did you go? There he is, all the way to the back.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks for being here. Did you get a notice of the annual meeting?
Yes.
And did you go?
I was hoping that a more clarified budget would come out of those meetings. I did not go. I was out of town. But it's great to see that meeting was scheduled and published and received that letter. My only concern was that the proposed budget is not credible. And so we're talking about a permanent tax without knowing what the real cost would be. So sometimes in the budgeting process, it could be understated or overstated. So we don't want to do other. I'm confident that the homeowners want to maintain that park. By the way, if no one's ever been there, the track and the track homes are built above grade. The park, the pond, and the improvements in the park are built below street grade. That means that the rainwater and floodwater drain to the pond in the park. It's wonderful because the park protects the homes. And so from the original design from the builder, it's absolutely wonderful. And the park is a big success. People walk there all the time. It's just really great. And so the idea is to, what is it going to cost to maintain that? And I'm confident every homeowner wants to pay their share.
Ms. Joy, do you have any other questions?
Yeah, first of all, it's a proposed budget. And I look at all the round numbers, which tells me it's not exact. It is a proposed budget. But I think the concern he's saying is we're going to be assessed based upon this proposed budget. Now, it's the same as it was last year, is my understanding. It doesn't go up under this scenario. But these PIDs are important. Your input is important. And Mr. Everett's here. You didn't leave, did you?
No, ma'am, I would not.
Why don't you two sit down and kind of talk about this?
Absolutely.
Your assessment won't go up this year, but these are just proposed budgets. They may not get any of this done. I mean, that's a possibility. They may not. But let Wes kind of explain the process to you.
Good.
But we appreciate your being here.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Any other comments or discussion on 7.5 through 7.12? All right, We have a motion from Dr. Wilson and a second from Mr. Massengale. All in favor of approval of 7.5 through 7.12, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. We will now move to agenda item 7.13. Brianna. you're
Yes,
back up.
sir.
Brianna, before you get started, just for everyone's information, I intend to move council's approval, of course, 7.14 to the end. So if you do have 715 or 716 or 717 and you're waiting, we're probably going to move through those. Then we will take a short break, and then we'll begin 7.14 as I anticipate longer and lengthier presentations. Sound good? So if you need a break and you want to take one now, I'll give you a little moment. All right, Brianna?
And I'm so
That doesn't mean we're taking a break now.
sorry, Mayor. My presentation is not loaded onto this computer, so I'm just going to talk you through it. I don't know if somebody can put it up there. But you are very familiar with the project associated with item 7.13, so if it's okay with you, Mayor and Council, I'll keep us on track and keep going.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And just for council's purposes, we had this previously on an agenda, and then we moved it.
Yes, sir. And do you all have it in front of you?
We
Presentation?
do. It's in our backup as well.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so item 7.13 is the final step in the tax abatement application process for Duraline LLC. And if you'll recall, this was a project announced by LIDA several months ago. They are taking ownership or leasing the speculative building in the Lubbock Business Park to produce HDPE pipe. The business park is not located was not located in an enterprise zone, and so we were required to create a reinvestment zone prior to being able to consider before you were able to consider a tax abatement. So the first slide here is just the map showing you the reinvestment zone that was created several meetings ago. Couple of details about Duraline's investment. As I said, they are leasing an existing building, but do plan to put $19.7 million worth of capital investment into this building. The building is just a shell space, and so they will finish out the space to meet the needs of their manufacturing facility. They will also be investing $27 million in new machinery and equipment for a total investment of $46.7 million in the business park. They do anticipate a minimum of 130 new full-time jobs to our economy, which adds an additional payroll of $7.1 million. This next slide shows you an outline of the abatement itself. This is a 5-year declining tax abatement, which means it decreases by 20% year over year, starting at 100% in year 1. So the estimated total abatement amount is roughly $668,000, and that does begin on January 1st of the year after they're 90% complete on the project. We do have representation from the company here today if you have questions about the specifics of the abatement or the project itself. Otherwise, I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. Apologize for the delayed presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. All right, is there a motion to approve 7.13? Thank you, Ms. Martinez-Garcia. Thank you, Dr. Wilson. All right, I have a motion and a second. Are there any other questions of Mr. Atkinson or Ms. Brown or further discussion on 7.13? Ms. Joy.
And Ms. Brown, is this a declining abatement?
Yes, ma'am. Starts at 100% and declines 20% year over year for the 5 years of the abatement.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, Ms. Brown.
Thank you.
All right, all in favor of approval of 7.13, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, 7.13 carries 7-0. All right, council, on 7.15, it's my understanding that the proponent may have had some travel changes or some confusion on travel arrangements. If anybody sees any need, we can push that one off to a date certain. If we don't see a need, then we can go ahead. I think this is in Ms. Patterson-Harris's district. If we don't see any necessity, we can go ahead and move forward with that. Everybody good with that, Ms. Patterson-Harris?
Problem with it. I've not been contacted by any of the citizens who, in opposition of it or anything like that. So I say full steam ahead.
All right, thank you, Ms. Patterson Harris. All right, council, we'll go ahead and have the public hearing on 715, and if we feel there's a necessity to move on that one, we will. Ms. Sager?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Item 7.15 is Zone Case 3486. The request is to rezone property from Transition District to Commercial District C4. We sent out 5 notifications and did not receive any response. This property is located at the northeast corner of 114th Street and University Avenue. Here's an aerial view of the subject property. It is surrounded by vacant land with some apartments to the west. Current zoning is transition. There is additional A2 and A1 zoning with additional C3 zoning in the area. Future land use map designates this property for commercial land uses. And here's some photos of the subject property and surrounding area. The future land use map designation for commercial is consistent with the requested zone change to C4. The request is in conformance with the zoning ordinance and appropriate for the area. It's compatible with the surrounding area and will not change the character of the existing development. The location is north of 114th Street and east of University Avenue. 114th Street is designated as a minor arterial and University Avenue is designated as a principal arterial. Staff recommended approval of this request and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval by unanimous vote.
All right, thank you, Ms. Sager.
Thank you.
We'll go ahead and keep you close for the next one. But at this time, I'm going to go ahead and conduct a public hearing for 7.15. Anyone here wishing to speak in opposition to 7.15, you may step forward now. All right, seeing none, anyone here wishing to speak in favor of 7.15? All right, the public hearing is now closed, as do 7.15. Is there a motion to approve this item? Thank you, Ms. Patterson Harris. Thank you, Mr. Massengale. All in favor of approval of 7.15, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, 7.15 carries 7-0. All right, we will now move to 7.16. Ms. Sager?
Item 7.16 is Zone Case 3257P. The request is to rezone property from R1 specific use for reduced setbacks to R1 specific use for townhome and garden home. We sent out 15 notifications, received no response. This property is located north of 138th Street, west of Elgin. Here's an aerial view of the subject property. This is part of a developing neighborhood. The current zoning is R1 specific use for reduced setbacks, and there is additional transition zoning in the area. Future land use plan designates this property for low-density residential land uses. And here are some photos of the subject property and surrounding area. Here's a graphic provided by the applicant showing how the property will be divided into lots. The future land use map designation of residential low density is consistent with the request. The proposed zone change is in conformance with the zoning ordinance and appropriate for the area and compatible with the surrounding area. It will be along Elgin Avenue, south of 137th Street. Elgin Avenue is a collector and 137th is a local street. Staff recommended approval of this request and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval by unanimous vote.
Thank you, Ms. Sager. We might keep you close for questions. All right, we will now conduct a public hearing for agenda item 7.16. Is there anyone here wishing to speak in opposition to 7.16? All right, seeing none, I will ask anyone that's here wishing to speak in favor of 7.16. You may step forward now.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. I'm Terry Holman with Hugo Reed and Associates. We're at 1601 Avenue N, and I'm hoping I'm going the right direction if I can see the slides again. Perfect. This helps explain what we're trying to do.
Hold on just a minute, Terry. Let's make sure once again that all cell phones are turned off, please.
Thank you, and I'll be brief. This is a continuation of our Viridian development. This is just south of Loop 88 between University and Indiana Avenue, not too far away here from the new Cooper Elementary School that was constructed some time back. This entire block, we originally envisioned as sort of a park site and a place for a future HOA, community center, those types of things. And we realized that we probably were a bit ambitious on that. And we decided that we had enough room to absorb some of that with these two townhome blocks that you see outlined in green. We still have plenty of room for the community center. We just oversized it to begin with. It's a straight up townhome request. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Terry.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else here wishing to speak in favor of 7.16? All right, seeing none, I will now close the public hearing as to 7.16. Is there a motion to approve 7.16? Thank you, Mr. Massengill. Thank you, Dr. Wilson. All right, are there any questions of Terry, of Ms. Sager? Ms. Joy?
Mr. Holman, this parcel that on the corner, is that where you're going to have a park or a community center? What's going in that?
All of the above. We've already been to Zoning Board of Adjustment to get the approval that we need to do that. That space is designated as common space within the development. I think the goal is to build a community center of sorts and provide a little bit of open space as well.
Okay.
There are no specific plans for construction at this point. Just trying to let the development mature a little
You've
bit.
been through the process with ZBA.
Yes, ma'am.
To do what you want to do.
Yes, we
I
have.
couldn't tell from here, it just didn't say.
Yes.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Joy. Any other questions or comments or discussion? All right, I have a motion and a second. All in favor of approval of 7.16, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. All right, we are now moving to 7.17. Kristen, I believe you also have this one.
Yes.
Just for council's information, this is just step one in this process. We're making no annexation vote today. This would just be the agreement. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, it's all yours.
So this is consideration for an annexation agreement or service plan for a proposed annexation from the Lubbock Economic Development Alliance. This property is located north of East 4th Street, east of East Loop 289. Is for 105.867 acres. If approved today, we will bring the ordinance for annexation back to council for consideration at your September 12th meeting, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions.
All right, any questions of Ms. Sager or any questions of Mr. Atkinson? All right, thank you.
Thanks.
All right, is there a motion to approve 7.17? Thank you, Mr. McBrayer. Thank you, Mr. Massengill. Is there any other questions or further discussion on 7.17? Ms. Joy?
I notice on 7.17, it does indicate in the agreement, there are some services that are needed that are not provided there now. And I know we go on to talk about that, but that's always a concern on an annexation is what additional expense will that bring to the city of Lubbock? And there's just a lot of those in this, Ms. Sager.
Sure. Everything in the annexation agreement, especially in regards to infrastructure, will be at the cost of the developer.
Don't think so.
Well, no, but for any street, water, sewer infrastructure needed, that will be at the cost of the developer.
I'm more concerned about the services that the city has.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Police, fire. Just reading it, it just says we don't have any out there now, which means we will have to add that to the schedules and the load that
Yes.
we carry. So everybody needs to know that.
Yes.
Mr. McBrayer?
Or so I guess from my perspective, one of the positive things about this is to begin getting development in different parts of our city, to move the development in different directions. So that does speak to be a positive to me anyway.
Thank you, Mr. McBrayer. Any other questions of Ms. Sager? All right, I have a motion and a second on 7.17. All in favor of approval of 7.17, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, 7.17 Carries 7-0. All right, then that will leave us with agenda item 7.14. Council, let's take about a 15-minute break, and we will begin promptly back here at 3:20. We are in recess. All right, ladies and gentlemen. All right, here we go. My microphone is not working. Can you hear it all? All right, all right. Before we get started, if I could have everyone's attention. I already have. My mic. All right, I'm going to try this one more time. I feel like I'm yelling into my microphone, but I would call this meeting to order. If you are on the opposition to 7.14, we're going to ask you to move to this side of the room. And if you're on the proponents, we're going to ask you to move to this side of the room. No, I'm just kidding. Please don't. All right, we're back from recess. Before we get started with 7.14, I do, as always with these, want to kind of establish the rules. I think many of you are aware that we have a backup packet. We've heard a lot of information on this. Thank you so much for everyone that's involved. I think we'll say that before the end of this presentation. But we would ask you, if you do get up to present, please don't be repetitive. Please respect everyone in here's time. Everyone's time is valuable. We have a lot of information that we will sort through. We don't want to limit you, but at the same time, we would ask you to be respectful of the process. So give your information, present the information, and then allow the next person to step forward. Again, we'll start with Ms. Sager. She's going to give us a brief presentation. We will open up the public hearing as we did those others, and we will start with the opponents, and then we will move to those in favor of, and then we will move from there. All right, Ms. Sager.
Thank you. Item 7.14 is Zone Case 2016D. The request is for a zone change from Family Apartment District A1 to High Rise Apartment District A3 with a planned development. We sent out 54 notifications. We have received 102 in favor, 76 of which are outside the 200-foot notification boundary, 64 in opposition, 60 of which are outside the 200-foot notification boundary. This property is located north of 15th, east of University Avenue. Some of those response letters were printed and provided at the dais today. Those are ones that were received after 5 o'clock Friday through 5 o'clock yesterday. Here's the response map showing the properties that responded that are within the 200-foot notification boundary. Here's an aerial photo of the subject properties. It is surrounded by residential to the north, east, and south, with additional commercial uses along University Avenue. The current zoning is Family Apartment District A1. There's additional A1 zoning to the north and south, with A1 and C3 to the west and R2 to the east. The future land use plan designates the majority of the subject properties for low-density residential land uses and one property for commercial land use. Here's some photos of the subject property and surrounding area on 15th Street, 14th Street, and Avenue X. This is a graphic that came from Zone Case 2243B. This was in 2011 when the City Council adopted design guidelines for a portion of the National Residential South Overton Historic District. This is that same boundary laid over on an aerial. The subject properties are outlined in red, and they are outside of this boundary for the design guidelines. This is a letter from April 7th, 2011, addressed to Randy Henson, the former Director of Planning for the City of Lubbock, written by R.M. Brodkin with the official publication of the South Overton Residential and Commercial Association. This is when the city was in the process of adopting those design guidelines. And it states, Mr. Kenneth Abraham and Mr. Ted Rushing have had a very long-standing plan in existence for perhaps 10 years or more to build student housing on land they own in the 2400 block of 13th and 14th Streets. In the map sketch I originally submitted with the zoning request by the South Overton Neighborhood Association, I had inadvertently included these lots in the proposed zoning ordinance. I am hereby submitting a revised map with a dotted line running north-south along the center of Avenue X, which will correct this error on my part. This is the map submitted with the letter. You can see the original boundary and then the dotted line along Avenue X to remove these properties from those design guidelines. However, in March of 1996, the South Everton Residential Historic District was entered into the National Register of Historic Places. These properties are included in that. These 11 addresses are part of that National Register of Historic Places. 2 of the homes are not contributing, the rest are. However, keep in mind, this designation does not offer any protections for these properties, so it does not prohibit the applicant from developing the properties. This is the boundary of that National Residential Historic District. This is a map that was created by staff at the request of the Planning and Zoning Commission. The subject properties are outlined in red. Non-residential and vacant properties are outlined in purple. Rental residential properties are outlined in yellow. This is a graphic provided by the applicant showing the existing conditions on the property today. The applicant did submit a revised proposal on Friday, which I have included here, as well as what was originally presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission. So this was the original civil plan, and this is the new revised civil plan. The landscape plan, which has not changed. This is a new graphic showing a site plan. They're showing 2 additional surface parking lots. Those cannot be considered for their required parking because they are not part of the subject properties, but the applicant wanted you to know that they are providing them. This is the former ground level plan and the new one showing an increased setback off of Avenue X to 20 feet. The former typical level and the new level 2 and a new typical level drawing. This is the amenity deck level. This is the former north and south elevation. This is the new north and south elevation. The former east and west and the new east and west. So this is the former look at the northwest corner, as well as from street level, and a new view street level of the northwest corner, and view from the west. Southeast, the former northeast corner, and the new northeast corner. Former townhome walk-ups, and the new view along Avenue X. New view along 14th. This was their former breakdown of the garage square footage, leasing and amenity space, where they had a total of 12,000 square feet for leasing and amenity space, proposing up to 330 units, 720 beds. The leasing and amenity space has been reduced to 7,845. They have added a basement for additional parking, and they have reduced the total units to a maximum of 305, maximum number of beds 715. This was the former parking information, where they were providing 544 spaces. Their new calculations, they will be providing 597 spaces. With the additional 2 surface lots, they would be providing a total of 639. Their former deviations were setbacks, but along all 4 streets, 14th Avenue X, 15th, and the west property line, which is adjacent to another property. Their new proposal for their deviations is a setback of 13 feet from the north property line along 14th Street, a deviation of 12 feet, setback of 20 feet from the east property line, Avenue X, a deviation of 5 feet, setback of 11.5 feet from the south property line, 15th Street, a deviation of 13.5 feet, and a setback of 8 feet from the west property line, a deviation of 17 feet. To reinforce the neighborhood, walk-up units have been located around the perimeter of the building. These units have front stoops that enliven the streetscape of the surrounding roads, increasing and enhancing pedestrian activity. Former deviations in regards to parking, mixed use, and lot coverage. Their new proposal is to allow 597 parking spaces in lieu of the required 638, a deviation of 41 spaces. However, with the 2 additional surface parking lots, they will provide 42 additional parking spaces, putting them 1 over their requirement. They're requesting to allow for restaurants, retail, personal service uses, in addition to the permitted A3 uses, which will be for mixed use, and allow for a 70.7% lot coverage in lieu of the maximum 40%, a deviation of 30.7%. Overall, these deviations tie together and point to the overall goal as stated below, to provide students with a flexible housing option directly adjacent to campus, improve the overall aesthetic of the Overton area, make improvements to existing public infrastructure, spur continuing development in this currently underserved area, allow for full and efficient use of the property, and accommodate the full scope of the project. This is a graphic provided in regards to their sewer study, a new sewer line they will be installing. And this is an additional exhibit. This is from a traffic study conducted by Kimley Horn. It states that in this case, the proposed site is considerably close to Texas Tech University campus and will be less than a 5-minute walk for students to reach the campus. For this reason, a vast majority of residents are expected to bike or walk to campus. In addition, City Bus also has 2 main bus routes along University Avenue adjacent to the subject property, increasing the likelihood for residents to use a non-motorized means of transportation. As shown below, the majority of traffic is expected to utilize University Avenue to enter and exit the site. This is an hourly variation for off-campus student apartments, and it shows the number of generated trips at the peak AM hour and peak PM hour. After analyzing an average of the peak traffic volumes, the proposed site is expected to contribute 2.7% of the total traffic on University Avenue and 1.8% of the total traffic on Avenue X during peak hours. In summary, the location of the proposed off-campus development will play a large role in limiting the potential traffic impact to the surroundings. With the site being located 1 block from Texas Tech University campus, or less than a 5-minute walk, it is easily walkable and bikeable for residents. And this was a historical link, volumes and growth rates for the area from 2012 to 2022, with an overall average annual growth in traffic of negative 2.8%. The future land use map designates this area for residential low density. Although the proposed zone change to A3 is not in conformance with this designation, the proposed plan development will help establish a design that will provide for maximum compatibility with adjacent developments. The proposed zone change is in conformance with the zoning ordinance and appropriate next to other apartment zoning districts and the existing commercial along University. It is compatible with the surrounding area. There is additional apartment zoning to the north and south, and to the west is C3 along a primary arterial. Avenue X and 14th Street are designated as local streets. 15th Street is a collector, and University is a principal arterial. Staff recommended approval of this request. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval by a vote of 4-3, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Sager. I'm sure there probably will be questions. All right, the council will now conduct public hearing for agenda item 7.14. Public hearing is now open for agenda item 7.14. As you step to the mic, please state your name and your address. And again, remember the rules of consistency and non-repetition.
More questions to this lady that was there right now. I live in that area.
Okay, ma'am, if you'll take just a minute, I'll explain to you what's happening, okay? We are opening a public hearing. You will have an opportunity to speak if you want to speak, okay? If you're speaking in opposition to the... Okay, ma'am, if you'll please hold on. If you're speaking in opposition, you'll have a chance to come forward to the microphone. You will state your name and your address, and you'll have an opportunity to state your opposition, okay? And then we'll switch around, and the other side in favor of will be able to have their opportunity, okay? But this is a public hearing, so you will step to the microphone, state your name, and then you will have present to us, okay? All right, so now once again, the public hearing is now open. Is there anyone here wishing to speak in opposition to the zone case? You may step forward now.
Good afternoon, Councilman. My name is, and council members, my name is Mary Vines. I live at Carillon at 4002 16th Street, and I had originally intended to speak at the citizens' comments time, but was told I could not speak there unless I was speaking to one of the issues. And what I'm going to say is more in general about zoning in particular, but since I am a member of St. John's United Methodist Church and have been for 57 years, and started my life in Lubbock, aside from having been born there a long, long time ago, I came as a newlywed in 1957. So I have a long history of living on 15th Street, and my vehicle is now parked on 15th Street at Carillon. So I've come a long distance, but my heart is still with South Overton. I've thanked you in person, not in person, but in messages this past week. But I wanted to say aloud how much I appreciate the work that you do as representatives for all of us and carrying the responsibilities that you have. And as you are giving that service and making important decisions, that becomes easier if there's a clear purpose or a mission for making one choice above another. And I hope that you have in front of you this statement. I ask that they be put on the dais in front of you. We are fortunate in Lubbock that under purpose in the ordinance section 40, and then as mission for the Planning and Zoning Department in another portion on the city's website, our city has these listed with a set of values, a list of important things that are to be observed when land is being zoned or rezoned. You have before you a copy of these exactly as they appear on the website. It's my hope that as you hear the zone cases that are before you today, you'll pay careful attention to all the rationales that are given by those for and those against zone changes, whether they are staff, speakers for or against, or fellow council members. As you listen to these cases, please check the zoning proposal against the mission values that you see on those statements. See whether what is written and said is in alignment with those that are stated in the zoning purpose. Someone has said that a governing body's statement of purpose and mission can be a lighthouse in treacherous times. I hope that because this statement of purpose has been on the city, a part of the city's governance for 5 decades, way back to 1975, and has held up since then, that you together can look at it and can help make your decisions, seeing it as a lighthouse that has important things for you to consider as you make your decisions. Again, I want to say thanks, and I appreciate what you're doing for all of us, and hope that you will give attention to the best interest of our Lubbock community. And I sincerely hope that the decision is made to oppose this zone case. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Vines. You look very lovely today, by the way. All right, if you're in opposition, you may step forward, ma'am.
Born and raised Lubbock, Texas. My name is Lily Reina. I live at 307 Avenue V, 79415.
Ms. Reina, was that 307 Avenue V?
As in Victor. Yes, sir. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I'm seeing the city of Lubbock, the history of Lubbock being killed by some person that never lived here, coming and destroying where people live.
Ms. Reyna, I'm going to ask you not to turn around and point to specific people. All right, it's inappropriate. And Ms. Sager just
Well,
works
she didn't
for this.
give the name either. I didn't get her name.
Ms. Sager works for the city. She just presents the facts to us, okay?
That's what I'm saying. You're killing the history of Lubbock. You're sending homeowners. You're making them defenseless against the higher education. Everything's catered to Texas Tech and the people they pay the taxes here in Lubbock that lived here all their life. That's just wrong.
All right, thank you, Ms. Reyna.
Good afternoon. My name is Tanya Higgy-Valdine. I'm an owner occupant at 1704 Avenue X. Mayor, City Council members, thank you for your service to our city. We know it's not easy sometimes. And thank you for offering this forum for engaged, concerned citizens to have a direct impact on the effects of our day-to-day lives. As a neighborhood, we'd especially like to thank our City Councilwoman for bringing this matter to us so early on, for taking every one of our phone calls, bless her heart, for her unwavering support through this entire process. Her invaluable input has been so appreciated. May I ask everyone who's here in opposition to stand up with me? Thank you. Please be seated. Situations like this do one of two things for a community. They drive us apart or they pull us together. I have never in my life stood shoulder to shoulder with a more scrappy, more determined, more cohesive group of individuals that I am proud to call neighbors. And I stand with them in strong opposition to this zone change. First, I'd like to address the SORCA letter that's being brought to the forefront of this discussion once again. This letter was drafted over 12 years ago by a splinter organization that did not represent the majority of residents in South Overton. It is a letter about another zone case. The first paragraph of this letter simply acknowledges the intent of one person to build student housing someday. It is in no way a binding agreement between the residents of South Overton, Planning and Zoning, and Mr. Abraham, neither in 2011 or today in 2023. And it was most certainly and is most certainly not an agreement by our residents to a 7-story, 700-bed high-rise. I want to make very sure that you understand the South Overton residents are not opposed to development. In fact, we would welcome reasonable, thoughtful development that acts as a buffer between the existing neighborhood and the high-traffic commercial entities that border us on all 4 sides. This proposed zone change would actually remove the buffers set in place by the 2040 plan between low-density residential and commercial. We would welcome development that would be a cohesive addition to our very established and very historic neighborhood. And we would most certainly welcome thoughtful development that gets rid of the eyesore that Mr. Abraham's properties have become. We welcome development, but we don't welcome this development in its current state. In this case, the developer is using planned development to circumvent a jump from A1 to A3. PD specifically disallows its use for this purpose. Additionally, this PD zoning request asks for variances for just about every aspect of a properly implemented PD, including setbacks on all 3 street-facing sides, along with much higher lot coverage that wouldn't have been allowed in A3, but which is allowing for such density as 700 beds on such a small area of land. They've also requested variances on parking, which I understand may or may not be addressed when this is all said and done. Those parking lots are not set in stone at this point. And the PD, lastly, in 6 separate places, requires that the development be compatible with the adjacent land uses. It is the strong opinion of this neighborhood as a whole that this is anything but compatible with the adjacent land uses. Think about the dotted line that goes down Avenue X. 15 feet is not a buffer between us and a high-rise. Thanks to the efforts of the church leaders at St. John's United Methodist, they facilitated neighborhood residents having the opportunity to meet with David Pierce and representatives from Parallel. We also reached out and met with Mr. Abraham in hopes that we could some way come to an agreement or a compromise that would be in the best interests of all the parties concerned. Neither were willing to work with us in any meaningful fashion to mitigate the negative impacts this development will most certainly have on our neighborhood. In the presentations to follow, our residents will walk you through the very valid objections we have to this zone case that would allow a student high-rise to be built in the interior of our neighborhood. Keep in mind, this isn't even on a major thoroughfare. Again, we thank you for your time and your consideration of our opposition to this zone change request.
And would you please give me your address one more time?
Yes. 1704 Avenue X, a block and a half from the corner of where this high-rise would start.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jenna Lafreniere. I am at 1712 Avenue X. I'm a professor and a Texas Tech homeowner on Avenue X, as I just stated. I've had an opportunity to speak with some of you and would like to begin by saying thank you. The work that you do and the different sides that you must contend with in your roles on this council, I am not envious of. My husband and I have spent the past month meeting with all of the stakeholders that we could on this project, culminating with a meeting with Mr. Abraham, which I will speak to momentarily. Today, I urge you to consider the concerns raised because this high-rise complex will greatly impact the neighborhood we love and the life there that we know. Please understand that we as a neighborhood are absolutely not opposed to development of the right project. This proposal in its current form is just not it, and I'd like to speak specifically to traffic as a reason. Without fail, adding 700 plus vehicles will increase the dangers already present in our neighborhood, and I can speak specifically to Avenue X. My husband and I recently went to speak with Mr. Abraham, and while we did appreciate the time that he took to meet with us and speak with us, he was not only unwilling to listen to our concerns, but vehemently denied any present dangers on Avenue X and insisted that the neighborhood roads would actually become safer with this apartment complex as presented. We attempted to tell him that increasing the number of college student drivers by 700 plus could, in no world, decrease the traffic. It's just mathematically impossible. Those students may choose to walk to campus. Those students cannot walk to a grocery store. They cannot walk to go shopping. They cannot walk to the many restaurants, churches, friends' homes, and Greek Row that they will assuredly be traveling to each and every week. Avenue X is already a main thoroughfare through the neighborhood, and Parallel, to my knowledge, has not provided a traffic study on Avenue X while school is in session, and I mean Texas Tech and Lubbock High School. So national averages that they presented in P&Z simply do not shine truth on the reality of the road conditions there. Every day and every night, vehicles fly down the road, careen through the stop signs, have hit numerous homes, fences, cars, and the no parking signs. I cannot emphasize enough the danger that Avenue X currently presents to our residents and their property, and that again, adding that 700 plus vehicles will only lead to more incidents and inevitably more dangerous ones. You are all logical people and can reason just as well as I can that more cars correlate to more accidents. Replacing the 40 to 50 people from Mr. Abraham's current lots today with the 700 cannot reduce the traffic when you consider the numbers. And I'd like to give you a handout from the city, from TxDOT information pertaining to collector roads. I believe I've got enough copies for everyone, so. I'm sorry if you, Mr. Mayor. As you see this coming around, I would like to emphasize that collector roads should not host, or that collector roads, host traffic, not local roads. As I believe Ms. Seeger said, Avenue X is currently a local road. And in this packet, you will see that there are more accidents on Avenue X than the collector roads nearby. These collector roads, as you will see in this packet, include Avenue U, which leads to Lubbock High School. It includes Boston between 19th and 34th, and it includes Flint between 19th and 34th. And even though those are currently designated as collector roads, Avenue X has more accidents. This data that you see before you is from 2013 to 2023. Avenue X is unsafe because it is a local road being used like a collector road, but it is too small and has residences on it, residences that deserve to be protected. Adding this apartment traffic to X makes it less safe and will exacerbate the known issue that we can see in the data. In conclusion, I ask you to consider the safety of those living in this neighborhood, the safety of the potential students moving here if you do approve this project. I would ask you that if you do vote in favor today of this project, that you encourage Parallel and the building team to consider working with the neighborhood to limit students' access into the neighborhood, the influence of the apartment directly on the neighborhood and on traffic on our roads. Some sort of structure that would rework the traffic flow to limit the impact on the neighborhood. Avenue X is going to be used by students to get where they're going. They will circumvent University Avenue because it will get overpopulated, it will get traffic-y. And it's going to become even more taxed when Texas Tech builds the 1,500 car parking garage that is proposed at the very same intersection of 15th and University. Thank you for your time.
Next.
Hi, my name is Matthew Cavazos. I live on 3407 Juneau Avenue. So it's sad and frustrating to see these parts of town time and time again get favored while everybody else gets left behind. We have decaying abandoned properties and neighborhoods begging for development, but these developers, who I believe are from Lubbock themselves in this particular case, can only think of maximizing their own profits and furthering their own personal will at the expense of the already burdened people that live here. Because we all know that's the real reason these owners have been seeking out these kind of developments lately. The student housing projects represent a windfall for an already bloated and engorged elite with little regard to the average working Lubbock resident. I'm saying it's time for Lubbock residents to put their foot down and say no to these luxury developments and indulgent city sprawl until we fix what we already have. We need to tell developers and city planners to quit leaving us behind. And we should remember what happens here when voting on the next road bond that comes up. That overserves similar big money interest. That's right. I'm asking Lubbock residents to consider voting against new bonds until we fix what we already have, along with saying no to this project here. Thank you.
Hello, Council, Mayor. My name is Antonio Lopez, 5415 Jarvis Street.
I will preface this by saying that no, I am not a member of South Overton, but I am a resident of Lubbock, and I believe in solidarity whenever there is a large member of the community that is voicing an issue. And there is clearly a group of Overton residents that are well educated on this issue, and they are openly saying that they are not opposed to development, just the right type of development. And the disparity of Lubbock is truly sad because I can walk 5 minutes from here and it's a totally different town. Totally different town. So when you see a 7-story high-rise and then a couple blocks over I see an unhoused person, it's like, what are we truly after here? What does Lubbock want to be, and what is Lubbock right now materialistically? And I feel that's where like the cognitive dissonance is, and that's where the divide is, because the populace is great. We have a great town, and yes, we do have a great university. No one's arguing that. But we must watch out for our populace first. And to bounce off the momentum of the previous statement, the decision of the city council today will echo with the populace. And we will try and act accordingly with street bonds or whatever levies might be necessary. And with that, I would ask that you just continue y'all's great job as being the hand of the community, and that whatever vote you take, thank you for everything y'all do.
Hello, my name is Josh Stuvey. I am the pastor at St. John's United Methodist Church at 1501 University Avenue. We are right across the street, right across 15th Street from the proposed development. Since hearing about this proposal, the church has spent a lot of time listening to congregation members like Mary Vines, listening to our South Overton neighbors, listening to the needs of the campus community at Tech. We also had a chance to meet with the Parallel representatives following the P&Z meeting. Weighing all of those things, we have decided to remain opposed to the size and scope of this development. We have a number of shared concerns with the neighborhood, but I want to specifically talk about the lack of parking included in the proposal. Simply put, there are fewer parking spaces than there are beds available. In addition to resident parking, we have to think about visitor parking. So we are, of course, concerned that drivers will encroach upon the church parking lot, upon our already very narrow and crowded South Overton streets. Parallel's argument is that not every resident will bring a car. They argue that other properties they have in other cities, the numbers work out. We want to point out that Lubbock is different. Students do and will bring cars, especially students who can afford to live in high-end student housing. I do acknowledge in response to our concerns that the developer apparently has done work that has been done to increase parking, but as Tanya said, nothing is set in stone. I appreciate the discussion, the efforts made, but it remains by our assessments that the gap is still too big. There is already a lack of parking in the area. Neighboring organizations like ours don't have parking to spare, and solutions like permitted parking only within the neighborhood only work in limited areas. The reality is that the minimal parking is about squeezing extra bedrooms into a already too small space. We don't think this is good for the potential residents or for our neighborhoods, and the only way to mitigate these harmful impacts is to decrease the size of the development. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your levity to start this. I saw people stand and starting to move left to right, bride side, groom side. It is a good way to take a breath and come before you. So my name is Cindy Prattis. I live at 3118 20th Street, and I thought I was done. But I am here today to represent a neighborhood, not representing our neighborhood, but a neighbor in a neighborhood that just recently went through similar situation. What I'd like to speak with you today is about the history of a subject you're already pretty familiar with. On May 22nd of 2017, it was a kickoff for Plan Lubbock 2040 project. The consultant team of Freeze and Nichols, city staff, had their first opportunity to meet with the 32-person council-appointed advisory committee, which was chaired by John Zwiker. The consultants provided an overview of the planning process and the duties of the Comprehensive Plan Advisory Committee, otherwise known as CPAC. The CPAC shared their high-level vision for the future of Lubbock. And I've seen the list. It's a stellar list. Whoever is responsible for setting that advisory committee up, they had some really big thinkers there. This was the beginning, the first of more than 14 meetings that 32-person CPAC advisory committee, as they represented the community throughout the planning process. Then, on October 15th of 2018, a public meeting and open house was held to present the draft of the comprehensive plan to the public for comment. I think this may have been held at the Civic Center. They were expecting quite a bit. It was designed to inform the public about plan contents and allow comments and interaction. The plan was made available to the public in advance via the city's website. And a quote from the city's website: "The Lubbock City Council is excited to announce the adoption of the Plan Lubbock 2040 Comprehensive Plan, following more than 18 months of collaboration amongst residents, businesses, consultants, and board members. City staff, decision makers, and citizens will utilize the document by implementing the objectives and tasks identified as being crucial to the community in achieving their vision." The Lubbock City Council is excited to announce. I don't remember it. I don't think I was following politics very much at that time, but it happened. December 17th, after 18 months, countless hours donated by more than 30 volunteers, and an outlay in excess of $474,000 in consulting fees. The City Council voted unanimously to adopt the comprehensive plan, also known as Plan Lubbock 2040. I believe 3 of the current council members were part of that unanimous vote and vision that your council had. There may have been more. That's the only 3 that I could think of that have been around this long. I do offer this background for a reason. I think these efforts would carry a great amount of weight with me if I were provided with such an incredible plan to use as a guideline to make big decisions like this. One question that was posed for the project was, how can we ensure our neighborhoods continue to thrive? There's an entire chapter dedicated to community livability. It identifies recommendations for community character and design, sustainability and resiliency best practices, and neighborhood strategies and incentives. One perfect example of putting these words from that section into action is the neighborhood planner, Wilson Bowling. This position was created, filled, and fully funded with grant money. I believe Mr. Bowling has been very active in working toward the goals outlined in this comprehensive plan, as y'all have also supported him in his efforts. There are 225 occurrences of the word neighborhood, which indicates to me that's an emphasis that was placed in this concept. There's a section titled Neighborhood Preservation, and it states, the existing neighborhoods in Lubbock are a vital part of the community. It is important that these existing residential areas are protected as the city grows. The housing stock in Lubbock is in good condition overall. As development occurs in or near existing neighborhoods, it is important that the products built fit in with the fabric of the existing neighborhoods to protect their identity and character. And that is a quote straight from Plan Lubbock 2040. When City Council voted in February against the zone change request, case number 3471C, which was concerning the Godbout property on 19th Street, these ideas were considered. High density, high traffic volume, and their impact seemed to be of paramount importance at the time. I've noticed that George Hardbarger and Thomas Payne are here. I didn't see them stand up when they asked for everybody to stand, so I'm assuming they're here to see what's going on. I really, truly am curious to know what their take is on all this, because they spent a lot of hours themselves trying to get something similar passed. There's concern over the potential passage of this current case, and I've received many calls and emails from TT Unit neighborhood neighbors asking if we can count on continued support for our neighborhood vitality, livability, and preservation. If this does pass, I truly hope that y'all can give me some speaking points on this, because I don't at this point know what to say if it passes. If, however, Plan Lubbock 2040 no longer fits what the city wants, then it needs to be stated as such, and changes to the content probably should be made. Perhaps the emphasis on neighborhood protection and preservation should be reconsidered. Otherwise, why do these words exist? Why was close to $500,000 spent and so very many volunteer hours committed to this project? I do thank you for considering this. I respectfully ask that you look at these guidelines when you're making a decision for the future of the South Overton neighborhood, as well as any of our other existing neighborhoods. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Kreitz, and I live at 4617 8th Street in Councilmember Latrell Joy's district. This is a citywide issue and not just a South Overton issue. I'm here today to voice my strong opposition in this case. As a practicing architect, I have serious concerns about its impact on the neighborhood and real reservations about the misuse of the planned development zoning ordinance. There are numerous issues relative to my concerns, but I'm going to focus on just one, and that is the scale of the project. Building height. The elevation you see, I'm assuming that what they can see on their screen, that you can see on your screen what's up on the wall. The elevation you see represents the 7-story, 80-foot tall building, which is visually overwhelming the adjacent 1- and 2-story houses. It's even more egregious given that South Overton is a recognized historic neighborhood. Yard setbacks. Planned development requires a minimum yard setback of 30 feet along the streets, which is not met on any of the streets this development faces. In fact, planned developments require a larger setback than A3 does. That would be because larger developments are envisioned and thus more setback, helping to mitigate its presence to its neighbors. The proposed narrower setbacks between 11 and 20 feet allows the developer certainly to have more land to build on, but being so close to the street reinforces the massive scale of this 500,000 square foot building on not near enough land. Lot coverage ratio. While planned development is silent on lot coverage, A3 limits development to 40% of the lot area. This development is at 70+% lot coverage. That difference is huge. More open space is imperative for dogs, for people, and to soften the scale between this development and the adjacent neighborhood, the adjacent area. The planned development overlay, it appears to be used here solely to achieve a larger scale project. And the planned development ordinance specifically prohibits that use as a means to circumvent zoning regulations. Don't reward this misuse of this ordinance. I am not opposed to developing this tract of land for student housing, but just not at this scale. I would suggest the owner explore a project meeting A2 zoning requirements, still an increase to what it is now, but to provide the appropriate scale for Lubbock and the neighborhood. Insufficient land for the desired number of beds is not a zoning problem. It's a land acquisition problem. What is important to remember about this case, with all of the factors they don't meet, is that it sets a terrible precedent for future projects. Every developer, from office to medical to retail to apartments, would love to buy less land for their project. It will be easy for those developers to point to this project and say, oh, why can't my project have 11-foot yard setbacks instead of the 30 feet required? And gosh, why can't my development have 78% lot coverage ratio instead of the 40%? And insufficient parking. Why can't my building be 80 foot tall next to residences? Please vote no on this zone case.
Kelly Hand, 4625 94th Street, and previously, during 3 periods of our history in Lubbock, we've lived on 14th Street in homes that we still own within a half block of this proposed requested zone change. As you can see, there is no zoning buffer space between this requested zone change to A3 zoning and the single-family homes just across Avenue X. And there is almost this abrupt zone change transition to single-family or duplex residential neighborhoods across Avenue X, across our entire city. Even U-Loft, which was mentioned in the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting as the only other example of A3 high-rise zoning location in North Overton, has substantial zoning buffers surrounding it. And those zoning buffers are between A3 retail and other apartment complexes, not R1 or 2 zoned residences. Furthermore, Avenue X is only 30 feet wide, narrower even than most residential streets. This is simply a narrow interior residential cross street. This just makes no sense to place a high-rise apartment complex extending block to block on Avenue X in this residential neighborhood. We are very much in favor and in support of economic development. Our company was the first to come into downtown Lubbock and build our new West Texas, Eastern New Mexico corporate headquarters at 1602 10th Street. And in hopes of leading and contributing to revitalization of downtown. And after the devastating tornado of May 11th, 1970. But this is not the correct size, scope, or population density for these 15 lots in South Overton. Although it occurred in steps, over time, zoning change has been previously granted on these original R1, R2 construction zoning in this existing zoning case. Now, they are not satisfied with the A1 zoning, and so they come back and insist that they must be granted more extreme A3 zoning and even more deviations. By great contrast, our homes, which we've owned up to 49 years, built in the same time period and same zoning, just half a block across Avenue X, remain as originally constructed, zoned R1 and R2 after 90 years. These 3 of our 4 homes are single-family homes, similar to the remaining homes in this zoning case. I would submit that our homes are just as important to me, my wife, and family as the homes in this zoning case are to Ken, his wife, and daughter. We certainly feel like we're on the front lines here and do not wish to be considered merely collateral damage as a result of this resulting zone change request and subsequent construction. As a final contrasting example, a family I know owns the second home across Avenue X from this requested zone change on 15th Street. This home is owner-occupied by their son and daughter now attending Texas Tech. Are you now telling them by your vote today and all other families like them not to purchase and renovate homes for their students just a block from campus in South Overton because we don't enforce our existing zoning to protect the quality of living conditions in this single-family residential neighborhood? What message does this send to others in the DFW Metroplex where they live, Tech's largest student alumni base? This project appears to be even more intrusive and detrimental to the South Overton neighborhood than the God Bowl Cafe J replacement project appeared to be to their surrounding neighborhood. Demolition of standing single-family or duplex residential homes to build this A3 high-rise apartment complex in South Overton seems like an even more radical, gigantic leap from replacing a restaurant, retail, commercial complex with a similar A3 project on 19th Street. Consequently, it becomes very difficult to imagine how this Lubbock City Council could possibly approve zoning changes with substantial, meaningful deviations to allow construction and operation of this high-rise, 7-story, 700-bed apartment complex on Avenue X, 14th and 15th Streets, when a similar project on 19th Street, a major 6-lane Lubbock thoroughfare and state highway, was just recently rejected by this city council.
Ladies and gentlemen, this gets to that point where I would ask you, we have heard very good arguments that we've seen. If you would keep that in mind when presenting. I know you want to get up there and read what you have, but if you'll just keep in mind that if it's a similar argument or if it's consistent with someone else's argument, keep that in mind, please. Thank you.
Hello, members of City Council and Mayor Payne. My name is Holly Humphreys. I live at 3008 26th Street, zip code 79410 in the Tech Terrace neighborhood, but I used to live in the 7-story monolith, now called U-Lofts. I lived there for 15 years, so I'm here to tell you why it is not a good idea to build yet another one in that area. First of all, I'm voicing my objection to this building, primarily because it is not needed. I sent forward an email note yesterday that supplied the URLs for where this data is from. And it's simply that Texas Tech already has on its planning boards future residences on campus. And according to the population projections of university students, Texas Tech is only due to have maybe 4,000 more students between now and the year 2035. And those 4,000 students will be readily accommodated by not only what's currently available in Lubbock that now stands vacant, but by those residences Texas Tech plans to build. So this building is superfluous in terms of serving the needs of tech. Number two, more importantly, if it is the planning mission of Lubbock to protect and enhance areas of scenic and historical value and provide adequate light and air, this building is the antithesis of what NASA has identified as an urban heat island. This building will exacerbate the creation of an urban heat island in the middle of a historic neighborhood due to its footprint and the absence of green space all around it. Further, according to the NASA website, in neighborhoods with fewer trees and green spaces, this heat is radiated by concrete, by steel, by rooftops, and is deemed to be disproportionately negative in its effect on the health of nearby residents. Now, as to my experience living in a 7-story monolith, you all may be familiar that ULOFS is bounded on the west by University Avenue, the north by 10th Street, the south by Main Street, and to the east is Avenue X. I lived there for 15 years. I lived on the 7th floor of B Wing, the 2nd floor of A Wing, down in the apartments, and I was a residential advisor. And I will tell you that this kind of huge building edifice that houses students is not conducive to their health, welfare, or well-being. We had in that building one suicide of a medical student that jumped out of the 7th-story window, students who drove their vehicles off the parking garage into the swimming pool. We had 4 murders right around that building while I lived there. You may recall that the Associate Dean of Libraries was murdered right in the alley behind that building. Why does this happen? There's nobody sitting on a front porch talking to the neighbor next to them. There's nobody like us over in Tech Terrace neighborhood who mentor our student renters next door, jump their cars when their batteries are dead, take them to the clinic when one of them gets mad because his girlfriend dissed him and he punched his fist into his brick wall of his rental home. These kinds of buildings create an anonymous type of situation for our students. And we would rather have our Texas Tech students living in lower, more human scale types of buildings, I would think, where the living is more conducive to building a relationship with a neighbor next door to you, or maybe a neighbor 1 story above you, but 7 stories. Nobody even knew who else was in the building. Thank you for your consideration.
It's covered.
This is the one I have.
No, there should be one that they submitted yesterday.
If it was submitted yesterday, it's not going to be in the presentation.
Oh, okay.
My name is Cindy Martin. I live at 3701 97th Street, and I'm in District 4. I'm a member of the Lubbock Heritage Society and serve on the Lubbock County Historical Commission. I don't live in South Overton, but I'm a member of St. John's United Methodist Church at 15th and University. And I'm also, and it'll be affected by the development, and I'm also served as a member of the trustees of the Northwest Texas Conference of the United Methodist Church. We have a trust interest in the property at 2420 15th Street, which is directly adjacent to the proposed development. So for a variety of reasons, I'm interested in what happens here with this zoning case today. And I want to speak obviously in opposition, but I speak specifically to the National Register, it being in the National Register Historic District. We had another map, but it's not going to show, so I'm not clear
as to what we're going to be able to see on this particular map here. But just to suffice it to say that this, there are two separate designations. One is the National Register.
I apologize to interrupt. Ms. Kreitz told me where
Okay.
it's located. It's one she sent.
Yeah, she sent it yesterday, I knew. There we are. Okay, good deal. You can see there in orange shows the proposed development, and it is within the boundaries of the National Register District. The South Overton neighborhood is Lubbock's oldest neighborhood, platted in 1907 as part of the Overton Addition developed by Dr. M.C. Overton. Majority of the residences in the neighborhood date to the 1920s and 30s. Development directly tied to the establishment of Texas Tech. In the 1980s, Lubbock began to understand the value of these historic properties, and in the neighborhood, and there are a number, have been designated as local landmarks. In 1996, the value of the entire neighborhood was recognized by its inclusion in the National Register of Historic Places. The National Register of Historic Places is the official list of the nation's historic places worthy of preservation. If any of you have been to San Antonio and seen the King William District, that's a National Register district there. Williamsburg, another National Register district. Authorized in 1966, the National Register is part of the national program to coordinate and support public and private efforts to identify, evaluate, and protect America's historic resources. It's an important designation, and it's not easy to obtain. And this South Overton neighborhood has been designated. And this particular development lies within the National Register boundaries. Local design guidelines were established later then to further enhance and protect this historic neighborhood. So the South Overton neighborhood has been recognized both locally and nationally as important and worthy of protection and preservation. The proposed zoning change in front of you today would be detrimental to the neighborhood, and you've heard all the very real concerns raised by the neighborhood residents and property owners, so I'm not going to repeat any of those, but they're real and rational concerns. And I know as council members that representing all the citizens of Lubbock that these concerns will be taken seriously. As you can see from the map, this proposed 7-story apartment building is within the boundary of the National Historic District. The local designation boundary is slightly different in several areas and does not include the proposed site. Current zoning allows development of the proposed site and allows for the building of apartments, but at a scale that would be more compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. Allowing such a large-scale, high-density development within this type of National Register district is, well, just wrong. It's not compatible with the surrounding area, and it will change the character of the area. It's dramatically out of scale, will adversely impact the historical neighborhood, and goes against the city's own past commitment to its own history and to this particular neighborhood. In conversations with residents and property owners, the developer has indicated the value of the development to Texas Tech and developing a more cohesive student experience along University Avenue. But when asked specifically about the value of the development to the neighborhood, there wasn't really an answer. Offers made to the community were really directed at some mitigation of harm, but not really in providing anything positive for the neighborhood. And this developer will likely not hold this property for more than 5 years. So whatever guarantees or commitments made today are not going to be supported long-term. If aiding Texas Tech and building a more cohesive student experience are goals of the city, there are other actions the city can take toward accomplishing those ends, and supporting the South Overton neighborhood would be one of those. While some of you may see, older buildings, some in poor conditions or whatever when you drive through the neighborhood, that's really just an opportunity, and I ask you to take a different view. It's the neighborhood closest to Texas Tech, and it's a real opportunity for investment. I mentioned King William District in San Antonio before. It was pretty derelict when that district began and when they began the development of it, and it's wonderful now, and it draws people to San Antonio, and it's a real economic benefit. Studies have shown that preservation is of economic benefit to cities, and cities all over the country are beginning to realize that. Our own downtown is seeing investment dollars. People are voting with their dollars and investing in downtown and in the older and historic buildings for those reasons. South Overton has 397 of the structures there were of contributing nature when that district was established. So there's opportunity there, but the opportunity is not in high-density, high-rise apartments that traditionally lose prestige and value over time as they're sold off every few years, but in supporting and preserving this historic neighborhood and helping it develop into something a little better. All Lubbock neighborhoods are important, and someone mentioned the 2040 plan that focus on that, and I know all of you care about neighborhoods, but this neighborhood is Lubbock's oldest, and it's special. It's been recognized both locally and nationally. The city of Lubbock has made commitments in the past to this neighborhood, and it deserves your continued support. I looked online at doing some research for this at kind of platforms and what each of you looked at when you were running for office. And I was pleased to see that everybody, of course, cared about what the citizens of Lubbock were, about listening to the citizens. And just a couple of quotes. One from was, "We must be responsive to our citizens' needs." Another was, "Important for the people of Lubbock to feel like their council listens to them." And some of you even mentioned specifically the need to support neighborhoods. Councilwoman Martinez Garcia said, "We also need to make sure that aging neighborhoods are not overlooked and neglected," and I appreciated that. Councilwoman Wilson said, it was important to maintain Lubbock's small town values. And, we don't want to be Austin, who is overdeveloped in the wrong places. Councilwoman Patterson Harrison had a good quote. Her campaign will be focused around the theme of working together to revitalize the city of Lubbock. We're the sum of our parts. And if one part is not well, that means we're all not well. So I urge you to listen to these residents and property owners of South Overton and uphold your commitment to supporting neighborhoods and this particular National Register district and deny the zoning change. Thank you very much.
My name is Gretchen Scott. I am in Steve Massengale's district at 4012 69th Street. I want to express my extreme opposition to this zoning change on several different levels, which you have clearly had a good chance to hear, see, and talk about. And as many other people have said, I'm not against development. In fact, my company, William R. Scott Company, was a subcontractor in developments. I just am opposed to this development. So I think there's just kind of two things that as council members you all need to consider. Number one, you can look in this room. These are the citizens of Lubbock that do not want this project approved. There's one man that does. Here's the people that don't. Your job is to represent the citizens of Lubbock. And number two, I think you should honestly ask yourself, would you like to have this 7-story student housing project next door to you? I feel like and I'm on the Lubbock County Historical Commission, I'm on the Lubbock Heritage Society Board, so yes, I am a preservationist, but I'm a realist too, and I think if you will answer those two questions, honestly, who are you here to represent, and would you like this in your neighborhood? I think your vote will be clear. Thank you.
Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. I am Roger Settler, a lifelong resident of the historic Broadway corridor. I come before you today representing the Congress of Neighborhood Associations and the Historic Overton Neighborhood Association. I submit for your consideration petitions which contain dozens of signatures not just from Overton, but from the various endangered neighborhoods which the Congress represents. Tech Terrace, Heart of Lubbock, North Lubbock, which represents Arnett Benson and Jackson Mahon, Guadalupe, Parkway Cherry Point, and Dunbar Manhattan. And these neighborhoods stand in solidarity and have signed our petitions in solidarity with the residents of Overton against this horribly inappropriate project. You know, it's said out of adversity oftentimes is born opportunity. And like a phoenix from the ashes, the dream of the Congress is coming to realization, the unity of the endangered neighborhoods. People say, well, there's a specter of paranoia. It is not paranoia when you realize a legitimate threat. And these neighborhoods feel threatened. They feel threatened by gentrification. They feel threatened by urban sprawl. And we see evidences of that in all of the neighborhoods I've mentioned. Developers covet some of the properties. They want to move people out. Susan Tomlinson very eloquently spoke to the fact that thousands of people who were displaced by the travesty called Overton North are forgotten today. I knew a lot of those people. They were proud of their little houses and their homes, and that many of them became renters because of the twisted vision of developers. And you know, when we talk about monuments, we talk about the dream of Ken Abraham to have a monument when he's gone. Well, I submit to you a cathedral in London, one of the grandest structures in Europe. There is a plaque to Sir Christopher Wren, the architect of that cathedral. And on it, the plaque reads, Si monumentum requiris circumspice. If you seek his monument, look around you. So what do we want our monument to be, members of the council? Do we want our monument to be a big, ugly edifice, a monolith that pains the eye and stabs the heart? Or do we want that monument to be a legitimate vision like the one in Grapes of Wrath, of people living in community, loving and helping each other, living in the neighborhoods they want, living and thriving, raising their children? That is the dream of the people in our historic neighborhoods of Lubbock, who stand in unity, finally, after all these years, to say, you know what's in your heart, you know what's right. Just say no to this horribly inappropriate project. We send to you an SOS, save Overton South, and save the other historic neighborhoods. Just say no to this horribly inappropriate project.
Nancy Reagan. Roger, I know you practiced that this morning in your bathroom in the mirror. I know you practiced that.
Good afternoon. I'm Jane Henry. I live at 5233 20th Street, 79407. I don't live in South Overton now, but I did as a child. When there were 3 of us siblings under the age of 7, we could walk to St. Paul's Church at the end of the block. We lived on 16th, 3 houses off of Avenue X. It was a wonderful place to be, and it still is. When we go to church there on Sundays, we sit under a window that shows a Bible verse on the top and something that applies to that verse underneath. One of our favorites is the communion service that represents the Bible verse, and then below it, the citizens being given communion out of a chuck wagon. This is kind of the heart of the essence of South Overton. And to put a 7-story building that could be anywhere from Milwaukee to Phoenix next door is a very sad idea to me. I think that a better use of, we have infrastructure there, we have streets, we have firehouses, we have schools. A better use of some of the city's money and engineering and expertise would be to help grow this neighborhood, provide some funds and some experts who could help people take some of these houses and restore them. Let's let that neighborhood grow and not blight it by something that's too big and too out of scale. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, good afternoon. My name is Stephen Falk. I'm a practicing architect, graduated from Texas Tech a bazillion years ago in 1971, so I'm older than dirt. But I came back to Lubbock 31 years ago and have been practicing ever since. I've been honored to do a whole bunch of wonderful projects. I know I'm not supposed to tap myself on the back, that I think has made a positive impact to Lubbock, Texas. You've heard some of this already, but I'm going to repeat one thing, Mr. Mayor, I apologize. Planned unit development must, by statute as I understand it, I'm not an attorney, must meet all of the following criteria. 1, the use of a PD regulation should not be used for the sole purpose of avoiding the quantitative or dimensional requirements for uses that would already be permitted in the base zoning district. 2, and I'm not reading them all, land use patterns established by the planned unit development shall be compatible with existing and planned uses on and adjacent to the site. Must comply. The next one, the planned unit development shall improve the appearance of the city through the preservation of unique and historic sites and structures. We'll talk about that in a minute. Everybody's looking back there. Am I in trouble? Okay, thank you very much. And last but not least, the planned unit development shall not be allowed as a means of increasing the density and intensity of development. Must comply with those. Any one of them, the planned unit development cannot move forward by statute. Now, I just read the things that are needed for a concept plan. Now, I don't know about y'all, but in my world of being an architect, concept means it's very young, it's just developing, and I hate this word, we can tweak it later on. And that is, it could grow, it could be bigger. Doubt that the developer would want to reduce it. Please remember that in your thoughts. If we were talking in 1 month and about 2 weeks, the UDC would be in force and high-density development for housing would be 45 feet tall, max. Please keep that in mind as you think through and discuss where this project is going. Now, I said I'm an architect, and I am one of those. I draw pictures. But I do have dreams. One of my graduate degrees, and I know there's a book that says I'm not supposed to pat myself on the back, is in urban design. I went to Harvard. Urban design is when you start looking at how a project fits in with a neighborhood. How does it weave its piece to the fabric of a neighborhood? I know that the ULOS have been referenced a number of times is the inspiration for this project. Well, that project came before our current zoning was instituted in the early 70s. But let's think about the ULOS. You're standing on University Avenue. There is a scaled down part of that building. It's, I'm going to guess, 30 feet tall. Sets back probably 30 or more feet. That's what's on the street that the pedestrian and the neighbors experience. Then it steps up in height. Then as you go further to the east, there's a parking structure. It steps back down to 30 or so feet in height as a transition to the neighborhood that used to be in North Overton. But it even steps down to 3-story apartment projects that have recently been developed there. Let's talk about urban design. of this project. You've already heard that it's too much on a too small site. I want you to think about two buildings right now, this building being one of them that we're in today. It's about 11 stories tall. I made some assumptions, and I'm told I'm not supposed to make assumptions because that does something to you and me, and I don't want to do that to you. You can do it to me. That's okay. 60% of this building, cut the top four stories off. That's the height of this project. That is going not up on a major thoroughfare where height is many times put. It's back in the neighborhood. Let's talk about the building, the office building that Texas Tech owns at 19th and University. That's just a little shorter than this project. Think about that building in where this project is proposed. Now that building's glass. It's going to reflect what's around it. The proposed building is not glass, it's solid. Now I'm pretty sure, and I could be wrong, I apologize to the architect, that is a cementous board skin, not brick. Texas Tech, the South Overton neighborhood is brick. Now there's three colors of brick you do on the Texas Tech campus: tan, more tan, and a whole bunch of tan. This is not tan. This is dark. And it's also a wall. I want to think about where you are right now and where I am. We're about 10 feet apart. At this spot, it's 84 feet tall because there's a parapet up there. The code of measures are the top of the roof. 84 feet straight up. Now there's some articulation, but it's 84 feet straight up on all four sides. That is not compatible with the South Overton neighborhood. That is an enormous building that is way too big. I would encourage the applicant, the developer, to reconsider, lower the height, develop student housing. There's not a person in this room, as you tried to shuffle it over here, that's against student housing. South Overton has embraced student housing, as is the Tech Terrace neighborhood has embraced students and student housing. But this project, from an urban design standpoint, I don't care who would say it fits in, it's urban. That neighborhood is not urban. I'm sorry, that's a mistake. It is too much on too little of a site. It's too tall from an urban design standpoint. Now, a quick side note, we've talked about parking on the street, because I don't know about your children, I've had the pleasure of sending 3 daughters through school. The first thing I heard when they got that thing that says driver's license is, I want a car. Everybody has a car. They're charging for parking. I don't know about you, but give me a second, okay? There's going to be people parking on that street. If you park on both sides of the streets that surround this site, fire apparatus are going to have a hell of a time, excuse my language, to get in there and get their ladders up to this building to protect the health and the safety and the welfare of those occupants. And it is a high-rise building because the top floor is more than 65 feet in the air. It is a far more complicated project. Emergency egress and access is really challenged, and from an urban design standpoint, does not fit. I encourage you to either deny this or suggest to the developer, to the owner, to go back and sit down, roll their sleeves up, sharpen their pencils, and come up with a proposal that fits with the neighborhood fabric, that helps the neighbors embrace the project and come back to you at a future date. Thank you.
By a raise and a show of hands, how many more people do I anticipate will be in opposition that will be speaking? 1, 2, and Ted? So 1, 2, and then Ted? Ted is 3? All right. Another, where's another one? Okay. All right, thank you, sir.
Sure. Hello, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name's David George. I live at 3308 59th Street, and I have multiple properties on 14th, 15th, 16th Street, and Avenue W. And I wouldn't be here today if this was a 2 or 3 story apartment building. I want to just throw that out. It's the size and the scope. My real issue is parking. Glad to hear that they have increased the parking spaces for residents. But what about the guests? 700 beds, if 10% of the people have a guest, that's 70 cars. Where are they going to park? 2 additional parking spaces, parking lots north and south of the building. I did a little Google while we were looking. Those will hold approximately 20 spaces, 20 cars. But those are for the residents. That's if they're secured. If they're not secured, they'll just be for anybody, including the people that don't buy a space. And that's really my point is, and I don't want to rehash everything, but guest parking, I'm glad to hear that they have addressed the residents parking, but the guest parking is my concern. I have a place down the way that I literally 5 or 6 or 7 years ago had to pour a driveway because my 3 tenants that had cars couldn't park in the driveway. I had to make a 3rd slot. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your service. Good.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, thank you for your service. My name is Becky Fox. I live on 21st Street. I don't live in South Overton, but I'm here to support the people who do live in that neighborhood and all the people that live in neighborhoods in Lubbock. I love Lubbock. I love the people. I love the lack of traffic. I love the clean air. And I love the scale of our city. I am a refugee from Austin, Texas. I do not want to live there anymore. And I certainly don't want Lubbock to become another Austin. And so I urge you to be careful in your planning and mindful of the gracious people who live in your neighborhoods. Thank you.
All right, Ted, closing arguments here.
Good afternoon. Thank you, y'all. I think I'm the last one, so I'm going to try to punch it up. Keep it quick. If you give me just 1 minute. Do I just talk about? There's just a couple I wanted to about.
So this is ours, and that's
your
the one
presentation.
from yours from
That's-
PNC.
Yeah, we're not going there. Yeah. Do I just talk back and forth?
Yeah, you can just use theirs.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Okay, sorry about that. I can tell by the looks on your faces you've had enough. So I'm going to try to keep this very quick and to the point and hopefully interesting. But there are a couple of points that have been raised that I want to put a finer point on and a couple of new points that haven't been addressed. So appreciate your patience, appreciate your service and everything y'all have done. If you can just hang in there with me for just a little bit longer, we'll get this moving. First of all, a couple of rebuttal points that I'd like to visit with you about with the staff's presentation. Not to quibble with the staff. Intelligent people can have a difference of opinion, and I think that's what's going on here, but I don't know how to run your slide. So,
The up and down arrows.
oh, I was punching the wrong arrows. Okay, so give me just a second to find the first point I want to talk to you about. I'm looking for the zoning map, Kristen. Other way, okay. Yeah, I told you I wasn't going to waste your time, and here we are. Sorry, guys. Keep going?
We are going to take a break after Ted is done, just so you all know. Pressure's on for everybody in the room, Mr. Hogan.
Thank you. All right, here we go. So let's talk about the zoning in this area. And Christy did a very good job of giving you the history of the comprehensive land use program. However, this zoning significantly predated the comprehensive land use. This map, this scheme was adopted by the City Council in 1975 as a result of a great many meetings and a great deal of work. And I hate to tell you, but that council got stuck in that room until past midnight. I remember I was at the meeting. We're not going to do that to you today. It was a different time. It was a different dynamic. But this zoning was a compromise in order to protect the residents and in order to protect the commercial interest on University. This scheme, this proposal, this deviation from the zoning raises a number of problems because this was the plan for the further development of this area. And over the last 50 years, people have purchased in this area. Various parties, numerous parties, many of whom are here today, have invested literally, cumulatively, tens of millions of dollars in this area in an attempt to provide for their families, provide homes for their families, provide incomes for their families, and build the tax base for the city of Lubbock. This proposal rises to the level almost of taking. It's not quite there. But this proposal benefits only two parties, the landowner and the developer. And one of those is going to leave town. They're going to build it, they're going to fill it, they're going to flip it, and they're gone. And we are left to pick up the pieces. And we're left with the consequences of this egregious overreach. So I would urge you, for that alone, we need that buffer preserved to protect the rest of the neighborhood. It is the purpose. It is the fundamental purpose of zoning, to put the correct places, to put the right uses in the right places. You have existing residents who have been here for decades that need protection. And I would urge you to stick to the plan, because if you start changing the plan is meaningless. We need consistency in zoning, not just in this area, but citywide. Lubbock can grow, but it's about putting the right uses in the right places. Second, sorry. Okay, Kristen's historic traffic study is at the end, right? I'm sorry?
Keep going.
Okay, it's toward the end of it, right?
Yep, keep going.
Tell me when to stop.
One more. Two more. Okay.
That one? I think this is an important slide. Now, Ms. Sager stands up here and tells you that the traffic growth is actually negative in the area, that there is less traffic historically in the area than there has been previously. A couple of points on that. Number one, traffic in the area is seasonal. In the summertime, there's nobody there, and it is awesome. August rolls around, we are here right now. The tech students come back, and we're glad to have them back. They are part of the area. They're integral to the vitality of the area. But from August through May, I would beg to differ. I would be interested to see the methodology, because it's very important when those traffic counts were taken, because the traffic ebbs and flows. And so I don't know that the data is necessarily dispositive. Okay, now to the prepared remarks, and I'm going to keep these very short. I want to put a fine point. What we have tried to do today is to present to you that we are not opposed to appropriate redevelopment of this area, and of this block in particular. We are reasonable. We are forward-thinking. We realize the necessity that this block needs improvement. But we can't do something in the hopes of making things better, and it get in a rush and end up making the wrong thing, making a result. And folks, in our minds, I think it is abundantly clear after the speakers you've held that this is the wrong project. We would welcome the opportunity to work with the developer and the landowner on an intelligent, sustainable, forward-thinking project that is good for all the neighborhood and all the citizens of Lubbock. Because as you've heard, the effects of this reach far beyond Overton South. It's going to spill into University. It's going to affect Texas Tech. It's going to affect Lubbock High. The traffic patterns are going to bleed off into 19th Street. So you have to think holistically here, folks. You cannot just limit it to this one block. We welcome the opportunity, and we have tried. We have had those meetings. I've not personally met with a developer, but other representatives have, and I will represent to you that those discussions have gone nowhere. And the reason those decisions have to do with the economics that we currently face. Now, it's not your province. It's not your job to judge the economic viability of a project. That is solely up to the developer who is looking for returns. However, I would submit to you that when the economic conditions are such as they are right now, it is incumbent upon y'all to look at how the economics of the project affect land use decisions. And in this case, that's why we can't get a deal done. Because in the current economic environment, with high interest rates, with high construction costs, and Lubbock having lower rents, it's going to cost them more to build it. It's going to cost them more to finance it. And in the secondary resale market, because investors in a high interest rate market are looking for a certain return, they've got to maximize their gross rental income in order to hit those targets and be able to resell. That's why they won't come under 700. If they can get down to a reasonable number, we'll listen. Other speakers have told you A2 is more than appropriate, and we're willing to have that conversation. At 700, it's not sustainable in this location because this developer is, by submitting a planned unit development with all sorts of variances, they are asking you to cram a very large square peg into an insufficient round hole, and it simply doesn't work. And because of the overlap on not only Overton, but on University and Texas Tech as well. If they want to build in Lubbock, Texas, there are numerous projects which they can look at. They are free. Any investor is free to go find an appropriate place. But when the economics affect the land use decision, it becomes your issue. Finally, we hear a lot of people in these conversations that we've had, these numerous conversations that we have that I know y'all are more than worn out on. We hear the sentiment, we've got to do something about this area. We've got to clean this area up. I agree. We do need to make this area better. This project does nothing to serve that purpose. It fixes one block only, and it does not spur further appropriate development. It instead causes ill effects that will go for blocks and blocks and blocks. South Overton has roughly 25 blocks or so. You're fixing one. And because of the issues that we've talked about, it's going to make it harder to fix the others. Because of the historic design district, because of the configuration of the neighborhood, because of all sorts of things, this is not going to have the spillover effect that the developer wants you to have. This affects two people, the landowner and the developer. That's it. Okay, I'm going to let you go. And I appreciate your time and patience.
Thank you, Ted.
In doing so, let me leave you with one parting thought. Let's not get one, just one. Just
Guilty.
One. We're not
Guilty.
in trial. We're not in trial. Let's not get in a rush to do something. Let's make sure that what we do is the right thing. And this is not the right thing, people. Thank you for your time and attention.
All right, we're going to take, let me ask Mr. McBrayer. 20-minute break. That's what I was just told. Okay, 15. All right, we'll be back at 5:20. All right. If everybody will begin taking their seats. We are about to get rebooted. Hope everyone got a little break. Got some caffeine. All right, we've got a quorum. So the public hearing is now open to those wishing to speak in favor of agenda item 7.14. Again, if you will please approach and state your name and your address, and then we will begin.
Thank you. Brian's going to drive, if that's okay.
Sure.
You guys ready? Okay. My name is David Pierce. I'm the principal of Parallel. In attendance with me are my co-founder, Kristen Penrod, and our Director of Development, Ron McCulloch. I'd like to start by thanking Mayor Payne, Mayor Pro Tem Patterson, council members, city staff, and members of the community for attending today to hear our proposal. My team and I have been meeting with the neighborhood leadership in recent days and other stakeholders to bring a proposal today that reflects a great deal of learning, listening, and collaboration with the community, and we are excited to share it with you. Today, we're going to talk about who we are, what we do, the student housing deficit near Texas Tech's campus, and our commitment to bring the highest quality property to the community. We're a passionate Texas-based company with offices in Dallas, Austin, and Tempe, Arizona. We're a small company by design, and we choose our endeavors very carefully and put our best efforts into making those projects the best in their markets. The members on this slide are the primary Parallel team assigned to this development. Here's a map of our past and present properties across the country. And more importantly, I personally have a long-standing love and respect for Lubbock, beginning with my time in architecture school here at Texas Tech. I'm a registered architect with over 30 years of experience. I've previously served on the executive board of the AIA Dallas, the City of Dallas Urban Design Advisory Board. I've been a volunteer with the East Dallas Community Organization to help bring new affordable housing opportunities to Old East Dallas, where I was awarded the Hero of East Dallas Award by Preservation Dallas for my work with the community there. At Tech, I'm the outgoing president of the Huckabee College of Architecture Design Leadership Alliance. I am a member of the Dean's Advisory Circle and an alumni advisor on the new College of Architecture renovations that we're all going to see happen over the next couple of years. I've also been an advisor to the Lubbock Downtown Development Corporation in recent years on their studies of graduate opportunities for Texas Tech in downtown. Since its inception, Parallel has won numerous awards. And because we are selected and precise in our execution plans, our projects are repeatedly recognized as some of the top developments in the country by our peers. Here are some images of our recent developments in Texas. And nationally.
David, I noticed you skipped over the A&M and UT Austin projects very quickly.
Mayor Payne, I was not going to say Texas A&M out loud.
I know. Thank you for being a good one.
But thank you for pointing that out. During our developments, we work very closely with the cities that we build in, the neighborhoods that we share, and the universities that many of our residents attend. On this page are symbols of the different groups that we've worked with on our past developments. We intend to do that here in Lubbock as well. I'd like to draw your attention specifically to some of the relationships that we have with nonprofits and religious groups everywhere we go. Across the top, you'll see the University Lutheran Church, the Chabad House, Nueces Mosque, Texas Hillel, and the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, all of which we've partnered with in different development opportunities in our past developments. Of particular note is a letter that you received of the 100+ letters that came in support from Reverend Michael Newman, who's the president of the Texas District of the Missouri Synod of the Lutheran Church. We've partnered with Reverend Newman and his organization for 2 mixed-use developments near college campuses. Here are a few words from Reverend Newman's letter that I think are important for all of us to look at today. He emphasizes the positive relationship that we have and how we achieve our goals with integrity in a caring and collaborative manner. And he ends his message with, our prayer is that the Texas Tech community and the city of Lubbock can thrive and flourish, and I believe Parallel can help make that happen. We are working with local Lubbock team members on our design team. Our local general contractor is Tynert Construction. They're subcontractor based are also Lubbock and West Texas based. Park Hill is leading our engineering team. They've also been a strong supporter of the Texas Tech College of Architecture Design Leadership Alliance, which I've partnered with several of their principals on that in the past. Our architecture firm is Boca Powell. Boca Powell has a history of working on campus at Texas Tech. They also have a long history with Parallel in helping us with our projects. We also partner with Levy Dykema. It's a Texas Tech-led interior design firm that specializes in student housing across the country. Now I'd like to turn it over to Kristen, my co-founder, to talk about what we do and why we picked this location for this development.
All right, thank you again, Mayor Payne, council members, and members of the community for your time today. I really appreciate the time because I know it's been a really long day, so thank you. I think it's important for us to at least talk about the supply-demand and the need for housing near campus. The options for new private off-campus housing pedestrian to campus have slowed. The last project built in Overton was in 2017, and there's no other sites available that are close to campus for adjacency. All the existing off-campus student properties within 2 miles are nearly full. And over the last 5 years, the Texas Tech enrollment has grown 9.5%, which by happenstance equates to 700 students per year, just about how many we're building. As you can see in the supply demand, there are about 18,000 students that live further than 2 miles from campus or within the neighborhoods. With this enrollment growth pattern, in 10 years, Texas Tech will be nearing 50,000 students, resulting in even greater numbers without pedestrian options to live. I want to quickly highlight some of the features that we will include in this property. First thing we brought up is adjacency to campus. You can read a million studies out there that will tell you that adjacency to campus helps the student and their academic standards. Students today seek walkable locations close to campus. And with Texas Tech's enrollment growth pattern, this site is perfectly situated to transition from the neighborhood to the university. Any less of a dense development will continue to drive students into the surrounding neighborhoods, displacing Lubbock residents. If student properties are developed further away, it will just increase the traffic problem in the neighborhood. One of the amenities we also focus on is study spaces. That's extremely important to us. We put a lot of time and effort into our study spaces. We also focus on amenities that help with convenience for the residents by providing services that will allow them to reduce the vehicle trips needed. We have a smart market. It's a cashless market. It allows for a lot of options, goods, food, drinks, and it's also going to be open to the public during business hours. We all know we get Amazon packages, at least I do, 5 times a day. As the popularity of online ordering increases, one of the things we've done is have a very sophisticated package locker system, which also includes refrigeration for all the grocery deliveries. We also provide a bike storage room with bike repair equipment and bike parking in the garage to continue to promote ridership. We will also provide community spaces, and we're going to make some of our meeting space available to students and the members of the community and the nonprofits around. We procure all of our artwork and work closely with student, local, and regional artists to purchase their work and display it throughout the building as well. Another thing to note is our apartments are fully furnished. So what that means is that when they move out, there's minimal move out needed for these students. Additionally, we host a professionally managed what we call white glove cruise ship move-in, which what it means is that we move all their belongings in for them and we dispose of all of the trash for them. A few other things I wanted to bring up that has been brought up in previous discussions. Pets are always a question, and we want to at least talk about that for a second. We found it's better to offer pets at our property than deny them. And by allowing pets, it actually reduces the amount of pets we have, and we will also be providing pet stations around the property. Security is something that's extremely important to us. We have 24/7 professional staff with nightly security. And our trash is internal to the building. Parking, that's come up a few different times today, so I want to touch on it for a second. We do extensive market research. I've been doing student housing for over 20 years. I started in market research. It's all I did, and I've seen the changes that the market has made over the last 20 years. And one of the things is parking. As you put students closer to campus, your parking requirements go down. They don't go up. And I can show you all the data that shows that. We are at a ratio right now of 84%. Our requirement also includes guest parking. You can see, based on our portfolio and the 4 largest national student housing managers in our industry, that we are above any of the other markets that we have parking. We've also set aside the entire street perimeter and 25 spaces in the garage for our guests. Now I'm going to turn it over to Ryan to talk about the community.
I think I got it. Good afternoon. My name is Ryan McCulloch. Thank you again for your time. As you mentioned, it's getting late and we'll be brief. As Kristen mentioned, as a result of our meetings with the neighborhood, our proposal has changed for the better since our planning and zoning approval. First, I'd like to provide some context as to why we believe this proposal is a positive development for the stakeholders and citizens of Lubbock, Texas Tech University, as well as the neighborhood. The historical growth in Lubbock has been outwards and primarily to the southwest. The inner Lubbock districts face daily challenges that don't necessarily occur on the perimeter of this town, where development can sometimes more easily occur with more of a clean slate. These inner areas have, as you've seen, they have aging infrastructure because they were built when the population was much smaller and when city planning needs much different than today. Our proposal includes millions of dollars worth of privately funded, much needed upgrades to this aging infrastructure in this district and helping the neighborhood. It includes sewer improvement, utility line and power pole relocations, new landscaping and trees, and new sidewalks. A variety of people live in South Overton. They are homeowners and they are renters. There are people who have lived here, as you've heard, they've grown up here, and there's some of their parents still live there today. There are also newcomers who want to plant roots of their own here. Many of the homes in the neighborhood have beautiful character. At Planning and Zoning, it was shown some of the images of the remodels that have been done, and these people should be commended for their work. They've done a tremendous job. We appreciate that. Having said that, this is not a zero-sum game. This development doesn't hinder our neighbors' ability to renovate their homes, live fulfilling lives, or live near their family members. By allowing a higher density on the edge, closer to campus and University Avenue, we're actually helping protect the existing fabric of the neighborhood core and the rest of the neighborhood to the east. What we have learned during this process is that the residents and institutions of South Overton are passionate about their community. You've heard them speaking tonight. That's not something you find everywhere. I'll admit that. This commitment creates meaningful relationships in a thriving community. It's great to see. This new offering adds another vibrant array of housing called for in the plans of Lubbock. Our property is in a transition block, as you can see on this map. On one side, we have a Tier 1 university. On the other, we have a national historic neighborhood. Between these, we have the University Avenue retail corridor. It's worth taking a moment to look at this corridor a little bit further and what we can do to help improve it. Retail on University Avenue is in decline. With our investment near campus, we'll help encourage new retail and contribute to the revitalization of this retail corridor. As Kristen mentioned, there are over 18,000 students needing housing outside 2 miles from campus. Where are they living? They're living in multifamily on the perimeter of the city or in the neighborhoods. On the left hand of this image, you can see the newest student housing property built in Lubbock. It's the one behind the hotel. It's a nicely built property with great amenities and fantastic apartments. Our contractor Tynert built it. But when walkable housing isn't able to be built near campus, this is the result. Because the property isn't walkable, the students are forced to drive their cars to school. There's also a noticeable lack of amenities, shops, and retail, which further encourages residents to take their vehicle anytime they want to leave. Yes, you are across from campus here, but there's no safe way to walk there. There isn't even a great way to get to the pedestrian bridge that you see kind of at the north part by the stadium. Development like this is what increases traffic. And a crossing like this, it's just not safe for anybody. On this map, you'll see heights in the surrounding area. And as you can see, there is precedent for height for a project of our size. I'd now like to turn it back over to David to talk about our collaboration process with the neighborhood and the new design of our property.
Thanks, Ryan. We've continued to evolve our design. We did have meetings with the neighborhood, and we did listen. The new horizontal elements and the vertical breaks help to soften the perceived height of the project. The ground level townhomes along Avenue X, which actually we have ground level townhomes around the entire perimeter, are 2 stories in height to be more relatable to the neighborhood. We've intentionally asked for the building height and the density necessary to fund this investment. We didn't come in here asking for a 20-story building, only to come back and settle for a 7 and try to look like good guys. And we are not university lofts. That is a dorm. We are apartments. I spent a semester in that building as well, and I will agree with the opposition that it was not a nice place to live. So sorry, university lofts. Comparison to our previous submission, I don't like to throw rocks at our own projects, but we listened, and we've come back with something that we believe is more palatable and a better transition piece of architecture between the neighborhood and Texas Tech. We are admittedly a modern firm, and we build modern buildings, but we have compromised, and we've come back with a project that has a great deal of fenestration and facade articulation that helps to mitigate that. We've also further lowered the facade along Avenue X. We lowered the parapet and we introduced an overhang to shadow the upper floors. It's still 7 stories. We're not pretending like it's not. But this is an architectural move that helps on that facade. Also, at the request of the neighborhood, we previously had about an 11-foot setback along X. That was a mistake, and it was wrong, and we readily admitted it. We have moved the building back 20 feet on that property line, which is about 30 feet from the edge of the curb, which was a specific request of the neighborhood that we complied with. We've also worked with the Wesley Foundation to the east, and we have a new common alley between us, and we've worked on some of those design features to allow us to further compress our building. So not only are we working with the neighborhood, we're working with other members of the neighborhood to satisfy the overall neighborhood. Neighborhood collaboration. We were disappointed to hear that we were uncompromising. We will admittedly say that on height and density, we've held firm simply because we didn't ask for a bigger building. We asked for exactly what is needed. But the things that we did agree to do are adding a security camera along our garage facing the St. John's parking lot. We will help monitor to make sure our kids are not parking there unless they've paid to do so. We've redesigned the facade. We've agreed to find a nearby property for a community dog park if that's something that the neighborhood wants. We got some mixed signals on that, but we've agreed to do that if that in fact is what is wanted. We've agreed to help with residential parking permitting. We've agreed to leave the parking for free around our site and use our resources and our manpower to help the neighborhood come up with a residential parking permitting system that the city of Lubbock offers. It requires some organization and some boots on the ground, and we're willing to help with that. We think that's a great idea. We're street landscaping around our entire property, and we've also agreed to street landscape across 14th on some of the other properties that Mr. Abraham owns within the city right away. We're putting pet bag disposals around the entire perimeter of the property. We've mentioned the trash service is internal, but everybody was worried about our dumpsters. We will not have dumpsters. We're improving the sewer system. The rooftop amenity deck that people were concerned about, all faces Texas Tech. There's a amenity wall between it. We don't look back into the neighborhood. It looks towards Texas Tech. Reservations for community rooms and spaces for neighborhood meetings and outreach. That's a given. That's an easy one. We do it in our current properties. Marketing space opportunity for neighborhood organizations and retail partners. You saw the list of people that we've partnered with. We take that seriously. It's only good for us to partner with our neighbors. Finally, this project will create jobs for Lubbock. We've talked about those. More importantly, we will also create a new tax revenue for the city, a significant tax increase. 100% of our school taxes will go to Lubbock ISD, and we won't send a single student there based on our resident profile. We estimate conservatively $15 to $20 million in property taxes over the next 20 years. So when we talk about there's only two groups that benefit, that's not true. The city of Lubbock will greatly benefit from this development. Finally, this development is good for Lubbock. It's good for Texas Tech, and it's good for the neighborhood. We look forward to continued collaboration with our neighbors. We will be good neighbors. We will be great neighbors to those who are opposed to us. And while we won't agree on everything, we can be allies on those things that can make a positive impact on the neighborhood. We do that in our current properties. We will do that in Lubbock. We love what we do, and we take immense pride in our properties. Thank you all for your time today and your consideration of our proposal. And we have professional staff here to answer traffic, architecture, anything that you need. So feel free. We do have some neighborhood, some community support that will now come up and speak as well.
Yes, the public hearing is still open for anyone wishing to speak in favor of 7.14.
Hello, Council, Mayor. My name is Dan Williams, 918 Avenue J. I'm here as a citizen that's heavily involved in downtown redevelopment, heavily involved in the aspect of what we do as what we called a citywide issue from a development perspective. And I totally agree with the opposition that this is a citywide issue. We have a lack of walkable housing, especially from a student perspective. And I think that a project like this, a project like the one that was discussed on 19th Street, these projects, we need to find ways to make these happen. I get it that it's an outside developer. There's not people in Lubbock, Texas that have the money and have the ability to develop things like this, and that's why it's always an outside developer. And so we need to create walkable communities. That's part of the UDC, to create mixed use. That the reason why we're reducing parking restrictions across the entire city, the reason why in downtown we're removing them completely, so that we can create places like in other cities where you go to Knox Henderson in Dallas and I park my car, I shop, I eat, I can stay there at a hotel. Everything is in one location. And so when we create this for our student population and we take them out of their cars, it's a great thing for them to, because they're going to go and they're going to have their good times, and then they can walk back to where they stay, or they can take an Uber. The means of transportation have changed. And Lubbock, we're a college community. And so I think there's some definite points, and I don't want to reiterate everything that they've pointed out. But I think it's just something that we've really got to consider. If we continue to turn these down, at some point the development community in the entire country is going to say, we don't want to be in Lubbock, Texas, because it's just a place where they're not going to see what some of these other cities. We are next in line for everything behind Dallas, Houston, San Antonio. Lubbock is a place that people want to invest into. We see it all the time in my profession of real estate. It'll help the values of the properties that are around it. It'll be good for that. And I know that I've been in issues with this side, and I've been in issues with this side. So, and I've been on their sides, and I think it's just one of those things we need to consider. And I really want us to consider what the commercial real estate has looked like. If we do what we've always done, we'll get what we've always got. And so everything from 19th Street, besides IHOP, I think has been dozens and dozens of businesses over the years. And we don't have the density that we need right there to create really great commercial businesses. And I think that that's one of the things we've got to consider. We've got to consider this across the city too, by the way, that we need to have neighborhoods that are developed where it's not just, we have to have C4 right here, we have to have C3 right here. That's where we need neighborhoods like Vintage Township that have commercial uses inside of the neighborhoods. I love the fact that I'm in Rush and I can walk to Rosa's. It's not designed that way. It's designed like everything else is. So I have to walk through a couple alleyways to get there, but that's what we do with our kids. And so I think that's something that we just really need to consider. And I would urge y'all to find a way to make projects like this happen, make projects like 19th Street happen, because Lubbock's a great place. It's a good place. It's not going to be Austin. It's just not, and we've got to find ways to have mixed use and be excited about it. I mean, like, I don't care if my house backs up to some commercial, if that's commercial that I can use. We walk from 9th Street to 19th Street to get smoothies. Like, that's what we do. And that's where my generation, unfortunately, they don't get up here and they don't come and speak at these like they need to say, here's what we would like to see happen. And so that's kind of what I'm trying to convey. And I think things like looking from an architectural standpoint, I would say like mixing old and new is great. Look at the Cotton Court. The Cotton Court came out beautiful, and it's right next to historic buildings. And I don't think those cotton gin looking sides of it have hurt those people. I think they've helped everything over there. And so let's look at things from a little bit of a different lens. And I hope that we can improve this and find ways to make things like this happen around town. Thank y'all for everything you do.
Mayor, Council, my name's Chad Henthorn. I'm the president of Tynert Construction. We're proud members of the downtown community at 1402 Crickets Avenue. And we're also proud members of this proposed team that Parallels put together. Our company's been in business here for 40 years. I've lived here for 43 of my 46 years. And just like my friends in opposition to this, I love Lubbock, and I know they love Lubbock too. We all want what's best for the city. I'll start by saying what's pretty transparent. My company stands to benefit if this project goes forward. Okay, let's make that clear. But here's who else is going to benefit. 40 to 50 subcontractors and suppliers, most of whom will be Lubbock companies. Among those 40 and 50 subcontractors and suppliers, they're going to have anywhere from 5 to 10 other vendors, subcontractors, and suppliers that are going to benefit from this, mostly local. You know what else we need to build it? We need people. You know what kind of people we're going to use with a project this big? We don't see many projects this big come to Lubbock. What are we going to do? We're going to go to our high school vocational programs, and we're going to recruit those kids. We're going to work with groups like El Roby, East Lubbock Resident-Owned Business Initiative. We're going to work with those guys to get those kids interested in this and put them to work. I've heard some concern about the working people in Lubbock and this project having disregard for them. Actually, I think it lifts them up. It gives them opportunity. On another note, I sent my daughter off to the University of Arkansas a couple weeks ago. And as a proud Red Raider, it pained me a little bit, but I'll tell you, we visited a lot of schools, and here's something I saw in Fayetteville, Arkansas. Population 95,000, by the way, okay? Smaller than Lubbock. I saw historic houses. I saw buildings as tall as 15 stories right next to them. I saw a thriving community, high-rise and residential right next to each other. I didn't see it blight the neighborhood. I saw it grow it. I saw nice retail shops. I agree with the opposition that some of those shops on University don't look that great, but nobody's going to invest in them if we don't have the density there to support that. I witnessed it in Fayetteville, and now my daughter's a Razorback, or as I call her, a piggy. You know, Lubbock needs this. It's a positive for Lubbock. One other thing I want to say, I want to assure you that as a proud Lubbock business, if this goes forward, we will be extremely sensitive to the neighborhood. When we did Carlton House at 3rd and Detroit, we really didn't want to make any enemies of the neighbors. I'm proud to say I've got a letter in my pocket from Jesse and Francis Garcia just bragging about how good my guys took care of them. And we're going to honor that same commitment here if this moves forward. I'm putting the same team that did that project on this team. We will be good neighbors to the people of South Overton while we're there. You know, I know that we're only going to be there for a few years, but I want to talk a little bit to the legitimacy of Parallel. We work with a lot of different clients, and even though they're our customers, we do interview our clients. We're careful to who we get into business with. I haven't come across a more professional group of folks hiring great firms like Park Hill and Boca Powell. And what David said about wanting to work with the neighborhood, that's what I witnessed. They're not going to agree on everything. That's just the fact of it. But the reality of it is we've shot down a 700-bed student housing facility here already. There's a certain number where this works and a certain number where it doesn't. If this gets shot down, they won't be the last ones that want to come develop this area. I can assure you of that. They may be the last ones that want to work with the neighborhood as much as they do. And I would submit that for consideration. You've heard a lot, and I know it's late. I'll just say this. I have a client who I really look up to here in Lubbock, and we were talking one day about our businesses, and I said, you know, sometimes I just kind of want to plateau a little bit and slow things down. And he said something to me that really convicted me. He said, you know, in nature, there's not a lot of stasis. You're either growing or you're dying. And boy, you want to talk about conviction. And I think that not only applies to our companies and our businesses, but our city. So thanks for listening to me. I appreciate it. And I really think this will be a benefit for Lubbock, Texas.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Mike Moss. I live at 3302 42nd and an architect here practicing in Lubbock. I've been here 46 years. And so I've watched Lubbock change over the years, and I think it's been good change. And there's neighborhoods, as we've mentioned, we've heard about all different kinds of neighborhoods in our cities, and neighborhoods within neighborhoods, communities within communities. And having been exposed to planning at university levels and city levels, there's a dynamics between a university and a city and that community and the planning that goes on. And one of those things, and it's been touched on, but is very critical for a university to grow and a community to grow, is that relationship. And there has to be that walkability, that physical connection with both on-campus housing as well as off-campus housing. And it takes a mixture. You can't be successful with all of one or all of the other. And as we've heard, Texas Tech has grown. Texas Tech will continue to grow. And to meet that demand for student housing is going to be more than what Texas Tech can do themselves. And so that means the community, the private sector has to step in and help. And that's what we're seeing here. And while the neighborhood that is being created with this development is different than the neighborhood right across the street, we see that throughout Lubbock in all of our neighborhoods. There's no two neighborhoods alike. They're all different. And they're adjacent to each other. And they have different characteristics. They serve different parts of our community. And it's very important and critical to each of those neighborhoods. And we see them, again, they exist throughout our community. And that's an important aspect. And so what's good for Texas Tech is good for our community in Lubbock, and what's good for Lubbock is good for Texas Tech. And it's really a partnership. And it's not, again, unique to Texas Tech and the city of Lubbock. It's every community that you go to that has a major institution of higher education. It has to work with that city, that community that it's located in. And to be, that proximity is so critical, because that's what generates the atmosphere, if you will, between the students, the retail, and the city, because you have to have a mass to do that. And so being able to have those in a walkable fashion with the mixture, we heard about mixed use with retail as well as living and other type of commercial opportunities within one building and in close proximity, just gives vitality to those living communities. And again, every neighborhood is different. We coexist across the street from each other, across town, but it's that combination that makes Lubbock unique. And so I think this just continues to build that uniqueness and gives everybody different opportunities to stay in Lubbock for different reasons. Thank you for your time.
Hello. I'll also be quick. You guys have been thanked a lot tonight. Not nearly enough for what you do. It won't be enough, so I'd like to thank you as well. My name's Lenora Ask. I'm a practicing architect here in Lubbock, Texas, address 612 Broadway. I got involved in this issue because I read about too late the other apartment building being shot down. When I saw that project, I was excited about it. I thought, that is such a cool thing to come to Lubbock. They're investing their money. I did not get involved in that. I don't know the issues with that. I think it's obviously a little different than what we're talking about today. But it caused me to get involved in this one. I came to the zoning meeting. I listened to all the concerns from the neighborhood. And all I see is potential. Not potential for disaster. I think there's a lot of people who view it that way, that there's a disaster on the horizon, but potential for opportunity and for growth. South Overton is a neighborhood full of potential. The passionate people who've spoken at both meetings, and they'll probably speak at the third one too, you can tell there's a bond there and there's a love for that neighborhood. It's a great neighborhood. I see potential for the students that are going to occupy this building to fall in love with that neighborhood. I employ a lot of interns from Texas Tech University. I get very attached to them. I want to keep them here in Lubbock. They will not stay. They are seeking that walkable city. I think this concern that these students are drunk driving maniacs is maybe a little over the top. The students that I encounter are well-meaning young individuals who are responsible and would ditch their car in a heartbeat. 3 of my interns that left this year sold their car and moved to walkable spaces. One in Chicago, one in Dallas. And they don't even have a car anymore. So that's the type of young person that I believe will be attracted to this type of student housing. And I would love for them to look around that neighborhood and think, I could just move right here and have that same walkable experience. That's the kind of potential that I see in this project. I see potential for the resurrection of Varsity Bookstore. We saw a picture of that. We lost a staple on that avenue. Why can't that be the Varsity grocery store that can serve these young people and that neighborhood? And then I see that revitalization extending east to downtown, just like Dan's talking about. I've probably done a study on every building on Broadway, but when it gets down to it, the density is not there to support those projects. So I love the idea of this density, and it starts somewhere. It's got to start somewhere. Why not here? And then I think, how can we afford not to approve this? The benefits to our taxes are tremendous. Somebody mentioned that there's no need, that Texas Tech is planning houses. Does Texas Tech pay LISD taxes? These guys will do that. I recently did a project for a school in East Lubbock, and it wasn't a huge project. We did secured entrances. When they saw their millwork, their new reception desk, there were tears shed because nothing had been done to that building. It was built in the 60s. I also, a few weeks later, got to tour Cooper's new middle school, and the difference was so stark. We've got to restore that tax base to our center city. And when we talked, somebody talked about excluding people. How are we not excluding people by denying this project and the potential that it brings to the city? I understand the concerns. I would live in that neighborhood if it had that building right next to it. Absolutely, 100%. I think in the end, the benefits to the community as a whole of this project far outweigh the fears of potential disaster. I think the historic neighborhood is protected. They have a strong community, and I don't think this is an either-or proposition. Both can exist at the same time. And I urge you to vote yes for this project. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Krebs, and I'm from Dallas. But I am uniquely in a position to speak on this because I own the property across the street, 2410 14th Street. I've owned that one since 2011, and then and down the street in the 2100 block of 14th in 2005. It was actually the same semester, Mr. Mayor, I had your business law class at Tech. Did you learn anything? I did. So, I got fascinated with the North Overton project when I was in high school and started, cutting my teeth in real estate down there back in 2005. And I want to try to address a few of the concerns from the opposition because I lived there. I did 5 years in the 2100 block and then another 2 years in the 2400 block. To start with, I want to talk a little bit about traffic. And I lived there on at 2410 14th in 2013 and 14. And when you live there, you don't go up Avenue X. Avenue X has a stop sign on 15th, then another stop sign on 16th, then you're forced to go right on 19th. I grew up here in Lubbock. I lived here 30 years. My parents I grew up on 20th and Flint. When I was going to see them, I'd take the protected left on 15th or Broadway and merge right onto 19th. If I'm going to Tinseltown, I do the same thing. If I'm going to the mall, I go to Marcia Sharp or anywhere in Southwest Lubbock, the West End. You know, the only way I see people coming down Avenue X is if they're coming from the east to turn and get down there, you know, if they're headed west. But they're not coming from the airport, because if you're coming from the airport, you're going to take Marcia Sharp. That's the smart thing to do. They're not coming from the First Friday Art Trail or the Depot District, because they're going to take Broadway, you know, and because it's closer to this development. And, you know, speaking of Broadway, I remember when they lowered it, you know, it used to be 2 lanes each way, and now it's just 1 because we wanted a bike lane. So that was kind of the first thing that stuck out to me. The second one was St. John's. My parents were married at St. John's. I was baptized there. I grew up going to St. John's, and we had a lot of tech kids there when I was there. So the guy that was the organ director, he went to Tech. He gave me piano lessons. He led the choir, the youth choir. All the youth leaders were from Tech. You know, and they still to this day lease a lot of their parking to Tech kids. That's one of the way they generate revenue. I would think, you know, let's put a bunch of kids next to them and see if we can't get some new members at St. John's. You know, and the parking enforcement, it's had to be enforced for the last 60 years. You know, they've been having to keep an eye on parking that's across the street from the university. So, you know, that's kind of, you know, my take on those. I heard a lot of people talking about the density, and we don't want to rush something. And I would say the absolute opposite has been done to this site, okay? Ken Abraham acquired these properties over about 30 years and waited until what can be built is something that is not like what they built in the 50s and 60s in North Overton, stick-built, low-density apartments that end up, you know, getting torn up, and that's why you end up with, you know, I hadn't heard the word tech ghetto today, but we remember what that was like with all those little apartment buildings that aren't very dense. So, you know, this building being concrete and steel is going to be a 100-year building with 100-year materials, and you need that density to have this kind of amenities, to have the economies of scale. So he's been waiting this long for this project to happen. And then, you know, just the last thing I want to say is, you know, as you guys think about, you know, what you're going to vote on for the city, you represent all the citizens of Lubbock and people with an interest like me that own property here. You know, think about exactly what was just said. And I know we're not supposed to repeat, but we can have Tech provide this housing and continue to receive no tax dollars from it, or you can get $85,000 a month, $1 million a year for Lubbock ISD, the hospital district, and the water district. I saw a lot of items on the agenda that dealt with finance. So, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, good evening. Can y'all believe that now? My name is Todd Sons. I live at 1945 126th Street. I currently serve as on the executive team and also as on the board of directors as the chairman of Building and Grounds for the Texas Tech Wesley Foundation, located at 2420 15th Street. I met with my board last night and have been given authority and reason to speak with you today concerning the neighbors that we may be getting. Today, I went to a great event there. We served over 600 students today, incoming freshmen. We gave them hot dogs, and my flip-flops are sticky right now because of all the syrup, you know, from the snow cones. But a wonderful event for those freshmen. And what the Wesley Foundation at Texas Tech has been dedicated to for the last 75 years in this neighborhood is raising up a generation of Christians who lead. And that's an amazing number for us to have been doing that for this long. Every encounter to us is a foundational principle, is a divine encounter. Even this encounter in chambers today, as we meet different people with different views and opinions, is a divine encounter. And so we support the new apartment proposal that has been offered before us. And it's with our hope in our hearts and all that we would be able to welcome these students just as you would want your kids and grandchildren welcomed at a new university, to provide for them such great opportunity and growth, but beyond all that, true community to be welcomed into. I just wonder today, this evening, as we talk and deliberate this, what God is up to on planting 700 students right next door to us as our neighbors. Every encounter is a divine encounter. We support this proposal. Thank you for your time.
Hello, I have great news. Mine is less than 2 minutes, I promise. And I have more good news. I'm Patsy Day. I've lived in Lubbock over half my life, and I think we should be rolling out the red carpet to these people. I am so proud of Lubbock, proud of Texas Tech, and I'm going to read a little bit, but I had to tell you my enthusiasm for this project and for our older neighborhoods too, because I lived in Rush 25 years, just down the street from Greek Life, 1 block in fact. And I paid a lot of tax money for living there, to the city and to the school and everyone. But anyway, a lot of my family went to A&M. And this College Station, I have a sister who lived there 27 years. I have a son who went to Tech Law School and is practicing attorney here, that we won't tell anyone he was an Aggie. But anyway, College Station rolled out the red carpet to any kind of progress for their city and to this company. And it's an amazing asset to College Station and Bryan, Texas. Also, I'm going to get out my notes. This won't take long. Another thing of good news, I do not expect to make $1 off this project. I've been a real estate broker 50 years. I was married to a real estate broker who was a broker 60 years. His name was the late Bobby Day, and I'm sure a lot of you knew him. And I loved him very much. We have a beautiful daughter who's 35. Bobby and I both graduated from Tech. Our daughter and her husband graduated from Tech. And my little Aggie graduated from Tech Law School. And his name is Chad Enderman. I'm very proud of him at Glasheen Valles Enderman Law Firm. Anyway, I asked him, do you know our wonderful mayor and Latrell Joy? I think we have some attorneys up here. He said, well, I do, but I don't know where they stand on anything. I said, it doesn't matter. We appreciate all your service. Okay, now I'm going to get down to what I wrote. Lubbock, Texas. No, I've only done 1 minute. I've got 1 minute to go. Okay. Lubbock, Texas is very fortunate to be the home of Texas Tech University, which is celebrating its centennial year. And I've heard no one mention that today. 100 years Texas Tech has been in Lubbock. And this property we're talking about is about 500 feet from Texas Tech University. Oh, surprise. Wow, we've known that for 100 years. And anyway, and my daughter and son-in-law owned a very vintage apartment complex in Overton, and we're very proud of it. And we love the old communities. But anyway, Tech has contributed to the growth and vitality of our hub city of the South Plains, it has also been one of our most important industries. And I don't think this has been mentioned today, and I'm nearly through. This year, there are approximately 21,000 employees by Texas Tech, 40,500 students 378,000 alumni, and $278 million in research investments. With 1,839 acres, Tech has the second largest contiguous campus in the United States of America and is the only school in Texas to house an undergraduate institution, a law school, and a medical school at the same location. Okay, Bobby and I both are Tech graduates, followed by our children, our grandchildren, and I want that family tradition to go on. I'm proud of Lubbock, I'm proud of Tech. The importance of this state-of-the-art student housing project that is proposed today and waiting your vote of approval will help our beloved university and our city continue to grow and prosper together. I have always believed that our university and city's progress go hand in hand. The end, and thank you for your service.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We have several more people that want to speak, and I would beg you for 2 more people. We've had some young people that have asked to do their civic duty and participate in this, and we haven't heard from anybody of that age group. And we have a large group over here that want to speak, and we're going to. 2 of you, please come, and then I think we're gonna rest because I think everybody's tired. So. Thank you guys for coming today.
Yeah. My name is Adriana.
My name is Colton Lewis.
And I live 1819 Glenna Goodacre. I'm a tech student myself, and we had a few other friends here, but we'll keep it short to just 2. I think it's really important to hear from us young people as well. They've talked about the walkable community. I think that's really important. Nowadays it's all about what's easy and what's right there. Myself, if you don't know me personally, but if you did, you'd know I absolutely hate driving. I will avoid a car at any cost. So for me, having the opportunity to have that, high rise and then be able to walk to campus, it's one of the best, things you can offer a student who's looking for housing. I also want to talk about Texas Tech themselves. They also don't have a lot of housing options right now. They're actually sending students who've already signed and already committed to Tech, already said that they were going to be living on campus. They're actually giving them vouchers and sending them away. So that's really important, I think, for Texas Tech as well, because, if we don't have housing options, we're going to be sending students away as well, and that's going to be a loss for the Texas Tech community as well.
One of the big things I wanted to hit on is when you look at the market that tech students do have here in Lubbock, it's not a great market. A lot of the properties are much older. They've been seen very poor, taken care of. You don't get a lot of investment in these properties. And so these students, all of us, we're forced to live in properties that aren't subpar unless we want to live across town, like I have personally chosen to do, just because I did not find something up to my standard close by. I forgot what I said.
You're great.
But you don't see the housing options. If you talk to a lot of the tech parents, especially after listening to this previous weekend was moving weekend for a lot of the properties here in town, a lot of parents were not happy with what they were seeing from these older properties, but it's what they were given. It's the choices they were forced to have for their kids. A lot of us in this generation, we do want the nicer stuff. Parents are willing to pay, for their children to live somewhere that's a lot more up to par what they're used to, the walkability. A lot of students nowadays, we Uber Eats. We don't walk. We get our groceries delivered just because it's a convenience thing, and that's what we're seeing a lot more for a lot of these students.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're available for any questions you may have. We're going to sit down and wait for that. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak in favor of agenda item 7.4? All right, seeing none, I will now close the public hearing. Is there a motion to approve agenda item 7.14? Thank you, Dr. Wilson. Thank you, Mr. Massengill. All right, we have the proponent available. We have Mr. Hogan and several other groups available. We have Ms. Sager available. Is there any questions that anyone has of any of the parties or the proponents at this time? Ms. Patterson-Harris?
Yes, the gentleman from Parallel, just curious.
You talking to me?
It's Mr. Pierce?
Yes, sir. You're the gentleman from Parallel, right?
Some people think I'm a gentleman. Yes, ma'am.
Sheila, and I'll tell you, I think that the mics are a little low. I'm having a hard time hearing down there. So you might pull that.
You having a hard time hearing me?
I was, now I'm not. I know, it's a shocker. It's a shocker.
I'm not having any trouble.
There we go.
All right, okay.
Now I got you.
I have several things, but I'll be quick. I'll be the 3-minute, Miss Day was. How long has this project been in planning stage and development and all of that? How long have you guys been chatting this out?
So around 5 years.
And so in that 5-year period, was there not a desire to visit with the citizens in that area?
We waited until we knew that we had an economically feasible development to put in front of them. We met with the city about a year and a half ago. We took some input from city staff on what they felt was appropriate. And then we came back and we knew that there was going to be opposition to a really dense building. We looked at this thing at 20 stories, at 12 stories. We looked at hotels, we looked at all kinds of opportunities. Ultimately, we came back with like we said, the smallest possible development that we could do on this property. And then we began reaching out shortly after that.
Okay, so over this 5-year period, there was no conversation with the citizens who lived, not the city of Lubbock, who lived around or within that neighborhood that is adjacent to this property that you would.
We didn't meet with everyone. We did meet with a few selective people around us. We did not meet with the neighborhood association during that time until we knew what it is that we wanted to propose. Otherwise, we felt like we would, it was not going to be a productive conversation until we knew exactly what we needed and the smallest possible project that we needed.
Because the reason I asked that is because after bringing your initial plans, that I guess it took you 5 years to get, and you meet with the folks in the neighborhood over a few weeks, I gather, and you change your whole outlook of your plan. So that's why I was saying sometimes, having that initial conversation with folks can really help, because I'm wondering now kind of how you came up with the first design that you did, that you initially came. How'd you come up with that?
It was based on our criteria and what we felt was appropriate for the area, and then we listened to commentary and we made some changes.
Okay. One other thing, I'm not sure what was stated, but someone said something about a 25 parameter parking, 25-foot parameter parking. Did I hear that wrong?
We have a sub-basement, so the parking garage goes up, and then there's a sub-basement that goes down. It's got approximately 25 cars that we're going, along with the exterior perimeter, that we're going to make free parking to accommodate some guest parking, yes.
Okay, that's what it was. I wasn't clear as to what it was.
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
And only tech students can live in this particular.
Anyone can live there.
Anyone can live there.
Anyone can live there. It's fair housing. Anyone can live there.
Okay.
We market primarily to students, and I will tell you, we normally end up with 90% students in our properties, but we'll have professors, we'll have other people, we've had families live in our properties. It's generally it's a small number, and admittedly, but our marketing is primarily to students.
Primarily to the tech students.
Correct, yes.
I couldn't gather that by the information that was being conveyed.
Yes, ma'am.
It was only
Understood.
marketed toward the tech students, and no one else who's supposed to benefit from this project could live there. So that was my concern.
Anyone can live in this property.
Okay. Let me see, let me go down my stuff. Okay, I think that's all I have for right now. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ms. Martinez Garcia, do
Thank you, Mayor. Mine is,
you have a question for Mr. Pierce?
nope, not
All
for
right.
Mr. Pierce.
You
I
might
have-
stay close, Mr. Pierce.
I will.
No, you can sit down.
Can I sit down?
Yeah,
Sit down.
you might just stay
I
right
can
here.
hobble back up here whenever I.
Mine is not a question. It's more of a comment. And when Miss Reyna came, I heard everyone, you saw an angry woman. And it wasn't that she was angry, it's that she was passionate. It's that she felt hopeless. And ultimately, that's the type of person that I think I'm supposed to be speaking on behalf. I have done my due diligence to make sure that I have facilitated meetings. I've met with both parties. I've done everything that I can to try to find a common ground. But ultimately, it's people like Miss Reyna who feel hopeless. They feel hopeless. You heard it in her voice. You heard that anger, but also that hurt. It's a terrible feeling. Been there, done that. I've been that hopeless person. But now I'm in a position where I can be hopeful. And Mr. Abraham did come to visit me. And, I got to know him. And something that he said to me was, he showed me a letter. I remember reviewing that letter, and I thought, wow, that was 12 years ago. In 12 years, I think a lot could have been achieved. A relationship with the community. I think part of this is being neighborly, and I think that's an example of what you don't do if you are trying to build a building. There was no neighborly opportunities. And David, I appreciate that you said you spoke with a few people within 5 years, but in 12 years, there was so many opportunities and they didn't happen. And looking at some of the illustrations, I know, Mary, you showed your black and white little design, and it really hit me. It's like, wow, there really is no space. You go from a very high rise to residential. And then looking at the Bank of America building, same thing, except they have a huge space parking between the building and the restaurant. I could go on and on and on, but the truth of the matter is that we need to be more mindful of the needs of others. We need to be more mindful of the needs of this community. And that being said, I also drove through that neighborhood multiple times. And you know what? It wasn't that David didn't do his part to try to do something that would be a happy medium for these folks. It was the fact that as a city, we have been neglectful of South Overton. And I know nobody wants to hear that, but we haven't done what we're supposed to be doing for these residents, for lots of neighborhoods. Again, why I ran for office, because of aging neighborhoods. I had neighborhoods that hadn't had new streets in 40 to 50 years. 40 to 50 years. If we're all paying taxes, why aren't we distributing those dollars into every neighborhood? Especially neighborhoods. And some may not find my comments popular. I don't care. I didn't run for office to care about that kind of stuff. But one thing that I know is that it's time for us to invest in people. And I've already seen the people investing in themselves. And that's why you see some houses that have been developed by their own regards. They've put their life savings into this. They've put their time into this because they care about their community. And I appreciate that. And, I understand that we want to erect monuments to honor our legacy. But if you really want to make an impact and really build a legacy, then invest in the people that live in those neighborhoods. Invest in the people that live in those neighborhoods. That's a legacy. I'll leave you with this because, I have so much more to say, but this is our discussion time. And again, I appreciate all the work that David and his group have done. Thank you for that. I appreciate all the opportunities, but you know, this is not parallel with the needs of the residents of this neighborhood. And again, thank you for your time, but I will be voting against this particular item.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez Garcia. Mr. McBrayer?
Yes, I'll have a question for David if he'll step back up here. But I actually grew up on 16th Street and about Avenue W. That was the first home I lived in here in Lubbock. And I always loved that view down 16th Street. When we moved away from it, I thought I was moving away from the perfect Americana, piece of Americana, looking down that street. So that neighborhood is important to me. No decision we make is made in a vacuum. I mean, there's always competing interests. We've talked about development. I think everyone up here on this dais wants development. And I think this is an outstanding developer. I think you have shown yourself to be an outstanding developer. On the other hand, there's a neighborhood that feels very strongly about what kind of development is appropriate next to them. And these people live there, they have their homes there, they make their income off of property that they own there, and their concerns are valid too. And that's what makes this really tough. We don't make these decisions in a vacuum. It's not our goal here to make, Mr. Abraham's dream come true. Nor is it our job up here to resist every kind of development that might come along. There is going to be development next to Tech. The fact of the matter is this neighborhood does exist next to Texas Tech. And that's a market we serve. I mean, thank God Texas Tech is here in Lubbock. It's a blessing and a benefit to this city. But there are legitimate concerns about density and about safety. So that's what makes this decision really hard for me today, trying to weigh these two considerations. Let me just ask you this question, and I appreciate the changes that you have made, and I appreciate your openness to making those changes. But the concern about the scope and the density of this project, and I think I've heard you answer this question, but I just want to put it to you. Have you made all the concessions on those two matters that you believe you can make as a developer?
Yes, sir. I think we have. And if I can further answer, in terms of density and safety, density actually contributes to safety. Right now, there's a lot of empty parking lot between the neighborhood and there, which is nice for lack of density, but it also creates a void. And if you look at the development of other university towns where they've allowed density between the neighborhoods and the university, it actually increases walkability, eyes on the street, and pedestrian walkability. And ultimately that contributes to safety, along with the lighting and everything else that we would be doing there. So we argue that it actually is going to make things more safe. But in terms of the density, we have asked for, and again, I've repeated this, and if we could make this 5 stories, we certainly would. But this is the minimum economically feasible, and it's not just the economy now. I heard that earlier. I mean, we build all over the country, and this is with a school that's growing at 700 students a year. If you guys don't find a way to build 700 bed developments, those kids don't have a place to go, and they're going to spread out all over the city. And if that's your preference, I mean, that may be the preference. Most places we go, they prefer to keep those kids in safety, walkable distances to campus. And I think ultimately that's probably best in Lubbock as well, which is why we've made this proposal. So,
okay, thank you for answering my question.
You're welcome.
Dr. Wilson?
Mr. Pierce, thank you for being here today. Thank you to all the Parallel staff for being here today, all the citizens for being here today, city staff for all of the numerous hours I know you guys have put into this. Just had a few comments. So I had a citizen reach out to me who went and did her own research on the area, trying to figure out how she was going to support this, and she provided me with numbers. So one of the big concerns I've heard repeated over and over is parking. That was an issue also with the 19th Street project. And so she went to the nearest big student housing project, which is ULoft. That is right near where this building is being proposed. Currently, ULoft has 299 beds with 250 parking spots available. And out of the 250, less than 100 currently are leased out at that building. So 40%, which is even less than the proposed 75% that you have shown. So that tells you. And she went and talked to residents that lived at ULoft and said they love the walkability. They love and almost, I said 60% of them don't even own a vehicle, and they love the walkability of the area. So I think that speaks volumes to parking concerns with this building, is that a nearby facility is already not having issues with this building and has ample for both residents and guests to come to that building.
Yes, ma'am.
The other thing that you couldn't have said it more perfectly than I was going to, that's why I had put my flag up over here about safety. Density creates safety. And I have heard from you and from other people that, you were willing to provide cameras to overlook the properties that surround this building, which I appreciate. I appreciate your hard work to try to make concessions with the neighborhood, especially when it comes to safety. We've talked about green space. You've told us about a potential dog park in that area. I appreciate all of those efforts. I think that developers can come in, and I appreciate your history with tech. People try to come in, and we want developers to come to our city. We want developers to come to our city. I cannot say that enough. You turn them away, nobody will come here. And just like someone else has said, if you're not growing, you're dying. And we do not want to see that around one of the best universities in Texas. So, I like the safety of this. I like the way you came in and compromised. I love the way that you try to promote studying for our students and walkability for our students and safety for our students. I think this is a great project. I support this project 100%. I disagree with some of my colleagues up here who are some of my best friends, and we work well together, but we disagree, and that's okay. I don't ever want to see this city die, and I think it's time to bring a development like this to Lubbock, Texas.
Thank you. I'd also like to say, I don't think you're going to find another, and again, I spend a lot of time in Lubbock, but I'm an outside developer. You're not going to find another outside developer that loves Lubbock more than my company does. I can guarantee you that, so.
Mr. Massengill?
Thank you, Mayor. David, I don't have any questions for you, so you can rest. I know you're full.
I'll stand here as long as I need
First of
to.
all, I just want to say thanks to everyone that's hung in on here tonight. These are serious decisions to be made in our community, and regardless of what side you're on this. This is, for those of you who have stars in your eyes and you think, oh my gosh, I want to serve on the city council. Well, let this sink in, because we're working hard to earn $25 a month. The mayor makes 3 times what we make. That's why we borrow money from him for lunch. And but at the same time, we're going to make a decision tonight, and we have friends on both sides of this. Okay, and so these are no-win deals when we have to make decisions like this. Our legal burden on this is to determine compatibility, and compatibility is not perfect. The definition is the ability to exist or occur without conflict. That's not perfect. It's can you make it work? I think this is a property rights. I'm a property rights guy. But, those of you who have property, and Mr. Abraham has property, he has rights too. He owns his property. We all own property. Quite frankly, you could go back, it's the foundation of this country. That's important, to be able to do and invest in your property. Took a ledger as people spoke opposed to this today. And I was disappointed, quite frankly, that I didn't hear from more people that lived in the neighborhood. I marked 2. That's wrong. I don't think so. I can. Well, I realize that. It's my time to speak right now. I think the pros outweigh the cons on this, and there are obviously cons. I had my concerns about the parking. I think they satisfied that. I think these decisions are about whether or not we're willing to move our community forward. And I think that's what's before us tonight. So I'll vote in support of the request.
Ms. Joy?
Mr. Hogan,
Yes, ma'am.
you have a question?
I have comment.
I'm sorry?
I have comment. That's acceptable.
Okay.
May I approach?
You'll have to come up here if you, I think. if you want to comment. So we can record you
I think you probably had enough.
and somebody else can see you.
Thank you. I've changed my thinking.
Well, no more than Mr. Pierce can answer questions if you want to ask questions, and he can make a statement.
And I promise to keep it short. In sitting here, I've been impressed by the applicant's presentation. And I do not doubt their sincerity or their professionalism at all. I think they are capable of developing a very good development, just not in this place. It goes back to putting the right projects in the right places. The speakers are correct. We can capture these tax dollars. We can capture these jobs if we allow developments such as these in the proper places. Mr. Pierce has 5 years invested in this project. I would love nothing more than the opportunity to put him in the truck and drive him around to places where this project works in this community. We don't have to be Dallas. We don't have to be A&M. We don't have to be Austin. We have the opportunity to develop our community in a way that works for us, putting the proper uses in the proper places and allowing private developers to realize a workable profit. One more point and I'll shut up. We already have walkable neighborhoods in Lubbock, Texas, and walkable areas in Lubbock, Texas that work. And in illustrating this point, I'd like to talk about the arc that a student takes when he goes through Texas Tech. They go into the dorms year one. Typically in year two, they go into developments such as this. By the time they become upperclassmen or graduate students, our experience has been that typically they go to lower density because they want to get out of developments like this. And so as proper planners, we need to be careful that we don't have a glut of development. With that being said, I think this is a very appropriate place in the right development in the right place. And I would love to have that conversation with him, not to sell him a piece of land, but to find a place that this works in Lubbock, Texas, to capture those tax dollars and to capture those jobs and to capture every benefit that they can offer our community. Thank you for the opportunity. I'll get out of the way.
Ms. Martinez Garcia?
Very, very briefly, could we find a different location? You know, we're not appropriate. Okay.
So I have a little bit of a concern about the opposition being allowed to reoppose again, just as a point of order. I don't think that was appropriate, so I'd just like to register my concern about that. So my partner has a couple of things to address of comments that came up as well.
If Ms. Joy has a question, we will ask the question.
Okay.
I'll acknowledge your point of order, but we allowed it.
Okay.
Ms. Joy, the floor is yours.
Well, someone referenced we've got lawyers up here. We've got three. We're all sitting next to each other. And I could go down through my notes I did it just like I would if I was trying a case. And I could point by point do this. I don't know how helpful that is. It's more of my idea about what may be true as opposed to your idea.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't think that'll get us where we need to be. A couple of things that concern me is the discussion about retail. You know, it's strange to me that North Overton has more students in it than it ever had before it was demolished. And we can't keep businesses in those front retail there on University. Restaurants have opened, they've closed, they've opened, they've closed. The only thing that's kind of made it is a t-shirt, athletic kind of place. And then when I move closer to where Mr. Abraham's business is, and I can tell you, I have 2 degrees from Texas Tech, and we had cars, most of us because we had to get to school, but we shopped. Those were vibrant businesses. I don't think density has anything to do with that. Now, I'm not a marketing person, I'm not going to be, but there's something else going on that would affect that. That's my opinion only.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay?
May I answer some of those? Or, okay.
I don't need them answered because I think I could do the same thing with you all day, and I don't want to do that.
Okay.
They talk about taxes. I don't know if everybody in here understands. We don't tax properties like this, commercial properties. It's not based on the value of your land and your improvements. It's based on something done by state statute, which takes into consideration your occupancy, your inventory, some of the other factors. And that's why when North Overton was developed, we had a lot of appeals on the taxes. And I get that. That's going to happen. But neither you nor I or anybody else in this room can predict what's going to happen in 20 years. Just ask Delbert McDougall when he bought all those properties in North Overton. But here's the bottom line for me. This is strictly a zone case. It is a planning case, and it is governed by planning principles. And I've sat up here long enough to know what they are and what they aren't. When you were referenced about your planned development, you couldn't do A3 because it wouldn't allow you to do the things that you want to do. For example, 7 stories. So you went to a planned development, and it specifically says in our code that you can't do that. You can't do in a planned development what you could not do in A3. So where I come down on this, let's stick with our planning principles and our code, because that's what this is about. And the code takes into consideration density. You know, whether this is going to be a good project, not be a good project, none of us know. We have hopes, we have dreams. But I do know that for a number of years, Mr. Abraham went around and collected all these properties. Somebody said, what, 30 years? That he was buying up properties, but nothing was happening with them. And so we've ended up with a neighborhood at this point who has existed. Has it been, have all the properties been taken care of? Don't know, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're an owner or if you're a renter. People live in this neighborhood. And it doesn't matter to me how many of these people showed up today who live in the neighborhood. It really doesn't matter at all, because that's not the deciding factor. The deciding factor is, does it follow our code and our planning principles? And in my opinion, it does not adhere to those.
Yes, ma'am.
So, thank you.
Thank you.
I may have a question for you, Mr. Pearson.
Thank you.
Let me make my statement first.
Yes, sir.
And then we may be done. It does matter because we make decisions every other week here to make variances and change the codes and move things forward that are in the best interest of Lubbock. And there's a distinction drawn. A lot of people came out in the Tech Terrace situation, and I think that's apples and oranges to this personally, because I think that actually was a neighborhood that was in a different location, and I don't think that that was appropriate at the time. This is a great project. This is a project that is right next to University. The very distinction of the word is University Avenue, which was the full intent of growth into that University Avenue. I don't want to have Ms. Sager bring it back up, but I was very curious about when we talk about neighborhoods and the people, and it looks like 95+% of the houses within a 200-yard radius, or at least towards the east, are all rental properties. So the argument could be that, people want to say we're only doing what's in the best interest of the developer and the landowner. Well, isn't that the same thing if we're just going to continue to protect the landlords in that area? Or is this competition that we're protecting competition? Or I saw many emails that objected because it's going to mess with my business and my business is being a landlord. But the bottom line is I believe this is good for Lubbock. And there may be some people that live in the area that may not like it at first, but I think this is the greater good. I think this is good for everyone in every district. We talked about someone that seemed hopeless. I looked at their address. They live on the north side of Marcia Sharp. I don't know how someone would be in a position that this would be so objectionable to them if they don't even live in the neighborhood. Is that where we are now, that we have to notify people within 500, 600, 700 yards, a mile or 2 miles? What, at some point, there's a stopping point where we say, let's focus on what's good for this area, and let's focus on what's good for the city of Lubbock, and putting money into the Lubbock Independent School District, which desperately needs it and needs new tax base. It needs projects like this that will fuel money into that school district and help them grow. If not, as Mr. Henthorn said earlier, if you're not growing, you're dying. And I think that this project is completely acceptable, and I think this is acceptable for where we are today. I also kind of look at what Mr. Massengale said, and I'll back him up, that, maybe there are people that live in that area that didn't get up and speak. But I did mark down 2 people that spoke. I would acknowledge that just spoke, that actually live in that neighborhood. The rest were people that, live in other locations. Or I had emails sent from people that said, back in 1978, they wouldn't let me change this. Well, that was 50 years ago. And we are different. And we need to be looking at low-density areas for people to live and walk. Millennials and the Generation X are changing the game. They don't want to drive around anymore.
I do not.
They want to live and they want to walk and they want to stay where they are. And I think that's why this is appropriate. So I'm for it. I think the investment in our sewage system and everything else that will happen is good for Lubbock and good for the neighborhood. And I would ask that people consider those things.
Thank you.
There's no other discussion. Let's go ahead and pull this up for voting. Jimmy, you can do the visual so we can make sure I don't mess up the nays or the hays. Mr. McBrayer?
I really agree with this, and I don't want to get any support. This is a great project. The question I think Mr. Boyd puts before us is it appropriate? I hate to be in a point today of having to say yes or no on this. I would like to make a motion to postpone this to a date certain. And I'm seeing all the negatives, but I'm going to put it out there anyway, to give another opportunity for this neighborhood and this developer to see if they can make this work in some way that the neighborhood, because the neighborhood has a lot of negatives and opposition to it, but what's not been spoken is there some way that this development can benefit that neighborhood? And I don't think that has been fully vetted and examined yet. So my motion is to table the question here to a date certain of a month from today to give another opportunity for the developer and the neighborhood to speak to see if they can find some compromise on this. That's my motion.
All right, Mr. McBrayer has a motion to postpone the vote until September 26th. Is there a second? All right, motion fails. We will proceed with the vote on 7.14. You can pop that up for me, Jimmy. All right, motion fails 3-4. All right, it is 6:55 on, what is it, still August the 22nd, and we are adjourned.